It's 9 o'clock, and we're just going to wait a few minutes for some of our leadership to check in. Just a reminder to the leadership, we need you to check in. We can't proceed with the assembly until we have quorum, and right now we're quite low on numbers. So please join us as soon as you can. Why? We still have leadership and proxies, chiefs checking in. And if we don't have quorum by 9:20, we'll continue with regular business and not do any motions or resolutions until we reach quorum. So we'll continue waiting. Thank you for your patience. White. While we're waiting for leadership to check in, I'll just introduce myself. My name is Harvey McLeod from the Upper Nicola Band, Okanagan Nation. I was the Almihum chief for 9 years from 2014 to 2023 and worked with a lot of you in this organization, a lot of leaders doing the work that we needed to do as leaders. I was also a member of the team as one of your directors, and I held that position for 6 years, 2 terms, under the leadership of Regional Chief Terry. I come from a community called Colchana. It's Upper Nicola Indian Reserve number 1. Born and raised there, and seeing a lot of change happening in communities, as I know is happening around the world with our people. And really looking forward to the discussions that we're going to be having, the presentations that we're going to be hearing, and the decisions that we're going to be making to continue to move forward and establish our presence in and around the country so that our people are taken care of. It's a challenge, and I know as time is of the essence with you as leaders, and we are being patient and having some respect that you will be here. And once you're here, we can start making the decisions that we need to make as an organization to support the work that you do at home and make the changes that we need to make within our worlds, getting our worldview out there and having it established and enshrined in the laws and the ways of this country. I'm the oldest of 8 children. My mom, Sarah, my mom's going to be 93 this year, and my late dad, Vincent, both from Upper Nicola. I have ancestors, relatives in both Upper Nicola and over in Hachlip, Stadlium country, where my grandpa came from, the late Dave Saul. So, as an individual, still spending a lot of time looking and finding out who my relatives are around the country because of what happened to us. But I'm really looking forward to spending some time with you and guiding you so that this assembly, this Special Chiefs Assembly, will achieve a lot and really give some good recommendations on what we need to do and what our priorities will be for the next short while. And there's a lot going on. And there's only so many hours in a day that we can spend doing the work, and we need your guidance, your support to continue doing the work that needs to get done. Refocus, focus, and we all find a way on how we can support one another to move forward. And we're going to need all of you to support and guide and carry the heavy workload that we all carry as leaders in our territories. We're still doing the count, and we are quite low yet. So depending on how many we have at 9:20, we'll open the assembly and continue doing the work that we need to get done with the reports and not make any not vote on any resolutions until we have quorum. But we have a number of reports that we want to present to you, give you some updates on what's happening within the organization, and hopefully our leaders will have been able to join us by then. But we're being patient, and I thank you for your patience and for being here and waiting with us. So with that, I'll just wait a few more minutes. White limit. As of this moment, we still don't have quorum. We still have leaders checking in with us and getting connected online. We'll continue, or we will start the assembly and get the reports, but we won't look at any resolutions until we have quorum, and I'm expecting that will be very shortly. But anyways, we will start. We want to welcome you to the 21st Annual Virtual BCAFN Special Chiefs Assembly. To begin our assembly in a good way, we would like to invite and welcome our BCFN knowledge keepers, Dr. Gwen and Sampaliam, to provide opening blessings and start us off in a good way. Sampaliam.
Squal Tinoyap, Quamantomiap, El Squat, Siam to Siam, Kupis, Quamantomi, Siam to Wino. First of all, thanking each and every one of you, our respected elders, chiefs, matriarchs, Kupis that are in the room. I'll offer a song that's known through many of our longhouses, known as a heartbeat. Siam Kahanas Hamchip. To Quaman Tommy Sim to Estatuation, Sation and Wait Sim to Skokway tot Zaptas BCFN Special Chiefs Assembly. Quaman Tommy Sim to Winnow Sim Musquims Hopmers Slawato Stomach Chick. Quaman Tommy Sim Elk Spot Sim. First of all, thanking our Creator and ancestors for continuing to give us the guidance, estatuation, and that layer of protection in Seichnet and wait for what we do here at the UBC Assembly First Nations at our Special Chiefs Assembly. Musquims, Cohort Mission, Salewatu families are really honored to see each and every one of you that arrives safely here in a village we call Kamalai, place of many maple trees. Just next door to us is a place known as Kanaka Ranch. Joseph Nehenu married Mary Ann Sesemia, and they have many descendants. The Neheni family is one of our largest families in Squamish. We're honored to see each of any one of you, our elders, our chiefs, our kupis, and our matriarchs that are in the room and those that are online.
Limlet for the opening, a song and a prayer. In our busy days, we need this to ground us, bring us back, allow us to be present to hear, feel, discuss, recommend, direct, all of us in a way to move forward. And acknowledging the people of the country, the territories that we do our business. They have allowed us to do a lot of our work here in their territories. And it's always a good feeling to come home to do our work. Tsleil-Waututh, Musqueam, Squamish. Thanks to your leadership and your people for allowing us to do work in your territory. As mentioned, I will be your chair for the next 2 days. A new role for myself. I'm working with all of you again. A lot of you I have worked with in the past and did some really good work and developed some real strong friendships with a lot of you. As mentioned, I was a chief for Upper Nicola for 9 years, and in them 9 years, there has been a lot of transition, not only in the world around me, but within myself, because of the crises that we faced as people. Floods and fires, 215, climate change, etc. There's been a lot of change in our world. And because of you and your guidance and your strength, we've been able to come together to address and support one another through them crises. Today, I'm supported by some staff from BCFN, Maureen to my right, Sophia, and Matthew, who are monitoring the computer screens to ensure that you don't get lost, you don't get forgotten, and that if you have any questions or comments to please use to raise your hand, and you will be noticed, and we'll give you the time to do what you need to. Having meetings via Zoom is always difficult, but we've done this many times over the last few years. And again, welcoming our chiefs and proxies to the gathering. If you're joining us by phone or have another device and we are unable to use the raised hand function, please turn on your camera and raise your hand, and you will be added to the queue of speakers. Because I know that a lot of you are on a phone, and the only way we'll notice you if you put on your camera and let us know you're there and you want to speak. We will review the agenda, noting that in the agenda we have acknowledged resolutions that were going to be put before you. We'll acknowledge that the resolutions are there, but we will not review until we have quorum. We have the welcome and address by Regional Chief Terry. And we'll have an update from our board. Cookby Roseanne, Chief Don, Chief Jerry, Brian Azu, and Chief Maureen. We will have a report from our directors on what they've been achieving and doing on our behalf with BCFN. We'll have an address by our BCFN youth rep, Crystal. It's good to see you, Crystal. And moving, transitioning into 10:30, address from our BCFN to SLGBTQIA plus representative. It's early in the morning and my computer isn't working with me yet. We'll have at 10:30, we'll have a report from an address from our BCFN to SLGBTQIA plus representative, Maureen. And there's a resolution attached to that report. Resolution number 1, support for the establishment of the BCFN to SLGBTQIA plus council. Then 11 o'clock, we'll have an address from our BCFN Women's Representative Vice Chief Cheryl Rule from Coldwater Indian Band. And there's a resolution number 2 to support, looking for support for the establishment of a BCFN Women's Council. At 11:30, we'll have the Canada Water Agency update from Darren and Sophia. And attached to that report will be resolution number 3, engaging with Canada Water Agency to advance water co-governance with rights and title holders. We'll have a break for lunch, and after lunch at 1:15, we'll go into the tariff threat implications. We've heard a lot about that in the last little while. We'll have a report from Regional Chief Terry and Mark Podolaski from the First Nations Major Projects Coalition. And with that report, there will be resolution number 4, call for the First Nations rights and title to be upheld in Canada-US trade considerations and countermeasures. At 2 o'clock, we'll have the Economic Development Center for Excellence report by Deputy Chief Harlan and Sarah. At 2:30, an independent investigations office report by Jessica Berglund, a Chief Civilian Director. At 3 o'clock, we'll have an address by Minister Christine Doyle, Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. And at 3:30, an address by Premier David Eby. At 4 o'clock, we'll go into climate crisis, First Nations climate leadership agenda in BC. And there will be a report presented by Patricia and Christy. And attached to that report will be resolution number 5, support for the BC First Nations climate leadership agenda, the recommendations and the final report. That'll be day 1. Day 2, we'll have our opening blessings, and then at 9:10, we'll have an address by the National Chief Cindy Woodhouse. A report on children and families by Chief Cheryl Casimir and Deb Foxcroft with resolution number 6, BC Pathways for a Long-Term Reform of First Nations Child and Family Services and Jordan's Principle. At 10:30, a report on justice by Deputy Commissioner Dwayne McDonald, RCMP, Corey Wilson, the Chair of the First Nations Justice Council, and Regional Chief Terry. And with that report, there will be resolutions number 7, 8, 9, and 10. At 11:15, the mineral tenure reform, Gitsatsla intervention update and mineral Tenure Act modernization. We'll have that report delivered by Regional Chief Terry, Joel Walker, and Merle Alexander. And attached to that report will be resolution number 11. We'll have a break, and after the break at 1:30, we'll have an address by Minister Jaguar Bear, Minister of Mining and Critical Resource Minerals and Critical Minerals. At 2:15, we'll have First Nations Child and Family Services and Jordan's Principal Settlement and Compensation Process. That report will be given to us by Lydia and Ginny. And the rest of the, we'll be dedicating the rest of the afternoon to the resolutions. Hopefully we'll be closing and having final comments at 3:30, and we can adjourn at 3:45 on Thursday. That's our agenda as the team have been working on to present to you today, and the order of how we want to proceed with the many issues and discussion papers that we want to review with you and get some direction on how we're going to move forward and support the directions that are coming forward from the teams that have spent a lot of time putting together the reports and discussing with you how we will move forward. In seeing that we still don't. Okay. I'll acknowledge Chief James.
Good afternoon, or good morning. It actually went. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Harvey, for taking on the job of facilitating this. And thank you, the elders, for opening us up. And so what I'd like to do, and I know that it takes quorum to do this, I wanted to add one thing to the agenda if possible. And it was my ball drop here, so I understand if it doesn't. I was actually emailing the wrong person. The BC Teachers Federation want to speak on behalf of the BC First Nation Indigenous teachers in the province, and they want to have 15 minutes on the agenda either today or tomorrow. They have a small PowerPoint presentation, and it's regarding some new legislation that's coming down from the province, and they really want to get onto this meeting this week because of some of the stuff that they're going to be able to present that might help us understand the new legislation and how it's going to affect our Indigenous teachers and and also our Indigenous students because of it. So if I can, I know I've had Judy Wilson that was asking it also to please speak to that and to see if we could add it to the agenda. This is a 15-minute edition, but it's going to mean a lot to those Indigenous teachers that feel they don't have a voice to speak on some of the stuff that's happening. So, Kukshem.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome, and they are standing by if they get a chance. So today or tomorrow, Kukshem.
Okay.
Actually, just 2:45.
2:45.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Tomorrow. 2:45 tomorrow. Chief? We have scheduled in for 2:45 tomorrow. So you can advise your team and yourself. That's when we will have you on the agenda. BC Teachers Federation. Okay. Thank you for confirming, Chief James. You have been included in the agenda for 2:45 tomorrow. We are still waiting for quorum. So if you know your colleagues are out there, and ask them to please check in with us. We have a number of leaders to check in before we could proceed with our regular agenda and make some decisions on the resolutions that are going to be before you today. While we are working on getting quorum for the assembly to start to do the formal presentations, we'll continue on with our reports. And I invite my good friend, Regional Chief Terry Teegee.
Thank you, Harvey. Denny's out, Seiku's out, Sky's up. Chiefs, Registered Chiefs, leadership. First of all, I want to acknowledge the territory of the Coast Salish people, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. Thank you, Simply for welcoming us here to do the work that we need to do today and tomorrow at the British Columbia Assembly of First Nations, the 21st Annual Special Chiefs Assembly. I just want to first acknowledge that today is Pink Shirt Day. That I'm wearing a pink shirt, and some of you are actively participating. And it is a day to recognize that bullying must stop. And certainly we know that in First Nations country that bullying exists in our society, in our communities. I think it's really important to call it out and not tolerate bullying, especially with our children. And I think it's really important. So that being said, I also want to thank my board of directors who are here today and online for attending the 21st Annual Special Chiefs Assembly. Certainly a lot of work over the last while since I last reported at the AGM in September in regards to the current state of affairs here in Canada and British Columbia. I do have a slide presentation, and going to the first slide on the I'll be speaking to in regards to the current state of affairs in regards to what we've been experiencing, certainly top of mind today and in the next while is what is going on south of the border and decisions made by the President of the United States and the Trump administration. I just want to thank our staff who gathered a meeting with the chiefs on Monday to update some of you that are in the room today, but maybe some of you weren't able to attend on Monday. Certainly the looming threats of tariffs that have been posed by the Trump administration have sent certainly ripple effects to many regions across this country, including British Columbia. As part of the initial response to these threats, the First Nations Leadership Council hosted a virtual meeting this past Monday. Our chiefs and technicians met across the province, gathered to discuss preliminary impacts and considerations for First Nations as we navigate this certainly new reality. As part of the BCFN, we will continue to work diligently across all portfolio areas to assess the impacts on First Nations, and will continue to share resources and updates with chiefs as the tariff issue continues to unfold. More updates will be provided today to share in regards to and seek support and advice from many of our chiefs and leaders and technicians with respect to tariffs and the ongoing threats from south of the border. At the start of this threat of tariffs of 25% on Canadian goods and also 10% on the oil and gas and energy, we were asked as a part of the First Nations Leadership Council to attend the BC Trade and Economic Security Task Force, and myself as well as Robert Phillips from First Nations Summit and Grant Chief Stuart Phillip from the Union of BC Union Chiefs are part of this task group. We have met several times with not only the Premier and other representatives in the task group. The task group is comprised of entities such as the BC Business Council, Association of Mineral Exploration, union reps, and a lot of those organizations that would be affected by tariffs. It's certainly an important step towards inclusion of our First Nations. Certainly a lot of work needs to be done and requires more of a government-to-government conversation with our rights holders. We can't be simply lumped in with a number of stakeholders in regards to these discussions, because certainly as the three organizations, we do represent you and do represent rights holders in regards to many of these issues in regards to tariffs. Premier Eby and the ministers must bring First Nations into the discussions as certainly as rights holders. One of the implications to the response to these tariffs was to advance investment into British Columbia and to encourage and make, I suppose, make it look like the British Columbia is open for business. So there were approximately 28 projects identified by the province of BC, including the 9 energy projects. There are other projects, including mining projects, that are going to be considered to be really advance the, I suppose, I would say fast tracking these energy projects and mining projects to encourage investment into British Columbia. However, I think we should be very cautious in terms of advancing these projects, and that some of them perhaps can go ahead because they have been considered for many, many years, but others, especially those advancing in terms of expanding mining projects, probably or most likely would require an environmental assessment. So we got to be cautious about this and not subvert our rights, title, and interests and our ability to make free, prior, and informed consent decisions on some of these projects. So moving ahead, I think we have to be very cautious rather than using this as a guise to advance some of these projects. Perhaps some of them are quite controversial. And we need to be careful on that front, and certainly that is a message I am relaying to the province of BC and Premier Eby. The next issue is certainly one of the controversial one that has been plaguing many First Nations for many, many years, is mining. The Mineral Tenure Act reform, as directed by the courts and the Gatla-Hedisat court case, this decision continues. Included in the reform is the obligation to establish a mineral claims consultation framework, the MCCF. The province's engagement process for developing this framework is inherently flawed, reinforcing the status quo referral process that nations are subject to in other areas of natural resource extraction. The province estimates upwards of 10,000 referrals per year for mineral claims taking, placing a significant burden on many of our First Nations communities. There hasn't been any capacity resourcing has been identified to support nations with this work in regards to the referral process. For meaningful change in the framework, this requires legislative changes under the Mineral Tenure Act. Because of this, establishing a framework before MTA reform begins sets the province and First Nations, sets us up for failure. However, given the March 26 deadline for the MCCF implementation, we are facing significant challenges making any real changes to this real lackluster MCCF framework process. The FNLC remains committed to advocating to ensure that both the framework and the MTA reform align with the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. And the BCAFN's legal team will provide more updates tomorrow on this update on the legal implications of the MCCF, and also the update on the Gikatla Hadisat court case. Next slide. Water, the federal First Nations Clean Water Act, known as Bill C-51, would have been the first distinctions-based legislation to be considered before Parliament since the passing of the United Nations Declaration Act of Bill C-15 federally. Throughout the process of the legislation, BCFN and chiefs from across BC advocated for the legislation to be fully aligned with the United Nations Declaration. While the bill doesn't go far enough for full alignment, it has potential to go far beyond the scope of the previous legislation, with mechanisms for First Nations to enact stronger protections and decision-making on the waters that run through your respective territories. As a result of the pro-rogue government, Bill C-61 effectively died in early January. As such, BCAFN, alongside with the Assembly of First Nations, will continue to advocate for bipartisan support for the bill, regardless of a federal change in leadership. And certainly we all know the pro-rogue is because of the Liberal Party finding a new leadership, and considering the Prime Minister is stepping down, and that we are going into an election cycle either in early spring or at the very latest in the fall. We must collectively work to advocate to the Conservative government, if they do come into power, the need to uphold the UN Declaration and our human right, not only to govern ourselves, but to water. Pierre Poilievre's recent comments last week suggest that this will be certainly a huge challenge, one that all First Nations need to prepare for and mobilize on. Mr. Poilievre, access to clean drinking water has to come at the expense of our territorial sovereignty through the exploitation of our lands and resources. We cannot accept this as the status quo, and the courts certainly agree with many First Nations that have taken government and industry to task. British Columbia Assembly of First Nations continue to engage with the Canada Water Agency and advocate for inclusion in the mandate, governance structure and scope of the new agency. To date, there are no current shared decision-making mechanisms that invites rights and title holders as collaborative partners in the Canada Water Agency as mandate and governance structure. As the first agency to be created post United Nations Declaration Act, it represents yet another failure of UNDA alignment with new institutions and policies. Over the past year, the British Columbia Assembly of First Nations has drafted materials to support chiefs in their engagements with the agency, which are included in your kits, including new proposed mechanisms for First Nations decision-making over water governance with the agency and beyond. Staff will present later on this morning on this important work, and later next week at the upcoming BCAFN Water Forum, which is on March 3rd and 4th, Monday and Tuesday, which speaks to the importance of the topic and the urgency for collective action in regards to water. Environment, including your resolution packages and chief's kits, is the work being undertaken by the BCFN climate team to develop a First Nations climate leadership agenda, a national initiative led by the regions. It provides recommendations shared by First Nations from across the province, and last year's in-person regional engagement sessions that we held over many regions in British Columbia. The agenda recommendations require collective advocacy to ensure the government holds up its commitments to addressing climate change and supporting First Nations-led climate solutions and mitigation efforts. Staff will share more about this work later on this afternoon. This week, we launched our call for proposals for building climate resilience from Indigenous perspectives projects. The project will pair Indigenous peoples in Canada working on nature-based solutions with Indigenous peoples in Bolivia, Colombia, Guatemala, and Peru. Please find the call on our website and apply. The project will fund partnership projects that include knowledge sharing, relationship building, and joint advocacy opportunities. The deadline for application is April 20th, and there is an informational webinar that is booked for March 3rd. One of the portfolios I do hold at the Assembly of First Nations is fisheries that I do share with Regional Chief Joanna Bernard. I continue to advocate and press the federal government and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans to take action on several critical issues to safeguard wild salmon, protect marine and freshwater ecosystems, and serve First Nations inherent, constitutionally protected, and treaty rights. Salmon and fisheries are central to our culture, sustenance, and economies. However, climate change, drought, habitat degradation, and industrial development have led to the destruction of ocean and freshwater ecosystems and resulted in rapid decline in salmon and other fish populations, especially considering the issues of climate change. The draft Salmon Aquaculture Transition Plan was released on September 20th, 2024, as mandated by the Draft Federal Aquaculture Act, which 2029 identified as a year by which the full transition away from open pen fish farms should be completed. This transition was supported by Assembly of First Nations, AFN Chief and Special Assembly Resolution 26-2023 and aligns with the United Nations Declaration Act Action Plan Measure 44. The FNFC, First Nations Fisheries Council, and I met with Deputy Minister Perron to discuss the plan and advocate that the transition prioritize the rights, self-determine, and interests of First Nations, including economic, environmental, and social considerations. I met with DFO Minister Labouthier in November to advocate for action from DFO on several issues, including the development and engagement on the Draft Aquaculture Act, the Draft Salmon Aquaculture Transition Plan, the 5-year review of the Fisheries Act, AFN of Resolution 22-2024, and implementation of the Marshall Plan. In my meeting with the minister, I raised concerns about the lack of progress from DFO under the United Nations Declaration Act and pushed for the minister to take immediate action on the ENDA Action Plan measures related to aligning with the Fisheries Act and Oceans Act and with aligning with UNDRIP and developing an Aquaculture Act as well. So currently, considering where we're at with the prorogue, the discussion on updating the 5-year review of the Fisheries Act was in process. We were supposed to make some presentations to what the federal government has put a special counsel to review the act. However, that has essentially died right now because the federal government is prorogued. So I think we have to go back to the tables and whoever's in power have to consider the 5-year plan and also consider as measure, I believe measure 44 states that Fisheries Act need to align with the United Nations Declaration Act. The other portfolio I do hold is the United Nations Declaration Act, as I am the chair of the Chiefs Committee on the United Nations Declaration Act. Implementation on UNDA and its associated action plan has been quite slow, with the majority of the action plan measures being incomplete. Ahead of an upcoming federal election, that will be critical. It will be critical for First Nations to advocate to their local representatives to remain committed to the recognition and implementation of First Nations human rights as articulated by the United Nations Declaration. Examples where Canada has made progress include advancing First Nations jurisdiction in child and family services, working to develop new additions to reserve policy, and making progress on lifting drinking water advisories. In alignment with Section 7 of the UNDA, the Department of Justice has launched its engagement on the fourth annual report. Indigenous nations, communities, governments, and organizations are invited to share their priorities, perspectives, experiences, and recommendations related to the implementation of the UNDA Action Plan and Canada's progress in aligning its laws with the United Nations Declaration. The deadline to provide input is April 8th of this year. The First Nations Leadership Council continues to work with Minister Virani and the Department of Justice on the implementation of UNDA and the National Action Plan through the bilateral BC-specific table on the United Nations Declaration Act. The FNLC has developed a work plan to move forward with key priorities that reflect the concerns and interests of First Nations here in British Columbia. The plan continues to progress despite the Parliament's despite the fact that the Parliament's prorogued. The FNLC is actively inviting other federal departments to join these tables to discuss the alignment of law work and APM implementation across federal initiatives. Currently, the table's focus is on developing guidelines and process to ensure First Nations rights to self-determination. Free, prior, and informed consent and self-government are reflected in the consistency of the law process. It is also developing concept papers on appropriate accountability mechanisms, cross-government coordination, legislative prioritization, and funding mechanism that would ensure Canada's efforts to implement UNDA are aligned with the standards of the United Nations Declaration. Last week, earlier this month, I should say, February 4th and 5th, the Assembly of First Nations hosted the first national forum on the United Nations Declaration Act. The forum was fully attended, and an in-depth conversation where we witnessed on the implementation of UNDA and the history of the significance of the United Nations Declaration on the rights of Indigenous peoples. So certainly want to say thank you to all those that participated at the UNDA forum and all those presentations, such as Grand Chief Wilton Littlechild, Grand Chief Edward John, Cheryl Rivers, and also many of the others that have participated in development of the United Nations Declaration at the United Nations level, and all those across this country that are actively participating and wanting to implement the United Nations Declaration as law. Over the course of the forum, we heard concrete recommendations, including the creation of an implementation fund, the appointment of an independent oversight and accountability body to really, I would say, keep an eye on the federal government to implement UNDA, the need for a central implementation agency, and defined consistency of laws processes founded on First Nations' right to free, prior, and informed consent. The AFN is preparing a What We Heard report that will capture the presentations, discussions, and recommendations, and will be shared publicly in the near future. I just want to reiterate that what we've shared consistently with the federal government is how are you going to take a whole of government approach in implementation of UNDA, and how are you going to resource many of our regions in regards to the implementation of UNDA, and still we haven't heard anything back from the federal government and how they're going to do that. Rather, what we're getting is a very ad hoc process where many of these ministries are taking their own initiatives ahead in terms of implementation of UNDA. Next item, policing and justice, another portfolio I do co-share with well, now I would say former regional chief Jesselyn Picard. I just want to maybe take note here and thank Jesselyn, who had served Quebec and Labrador for over 30 years, who is not running, and the Quebec Labrador region are finding a new regional chief. In my 7+ years here, certainly Jesselyn has been quite a colleague, an ally, and an advocate, and certainly a good friend. I will certainly miss him at the executive table. I just want to say big thank you, Masi Cho, Tabe Masi, to Jesselyn for his many years of service for Quebec and Labrador, but also for his advocacy on justice and policing. He had this portfolio before I ever came around, and want to thank him for his long years of tenure and for his advocacy for his people to seek justice on many levels, not just in policing and justice, but also in justice for the rights of his people in Quebec and Labrador. Nationally, we have witnessed really a national crisis relating to the deaths of Indigenous peoples at the hands of police, not only the RCMP, provincial and municipal police. From August to November 2024, 10 First Nations people have died as a result of interaction with either RCMP, provincial or municipal police. All told, approximately 19 people died last year in 2024. On December 4th, I joined the National Chief and Regional Chief to make a call for a national inquiry into the systemic racism in policing and First Nations people's deaths. The call was supported by a resolution at the December AFN Special Chiefs Assembly. Chiefs will be considering a mirrored resolution in this meeting this week to join the call for a national inquiry. Chiefs will also be considering a resolution articulating conditional support for body-worn cameras as a tool to increase First Nations accountability over police organizations. Provincially, a reform of the Police Act is generally needed for the safety of First Nations communities in British Columbia, as First Nations people are more likely to be over-policed and underserved and profiled. And I just want to take note on terms of underserved. Yesterday, HealthSuck is taking the RCMP to task in the service, in their service, I suppose, in HealthSuck, to initiate their bylaws, and having the RCMP really, I think, take into account the leadership in HealthSuck and follow up with some of their calls, especially in regards to drug-related offenses. And HealthSuck is calling out the RCMP to initiate and follow through with their calls to listen to the HealthSuck governance and go out to and listen to their bylaws and listen to them. Certainly, that is one of the issues that we are continuing to work on as part of the policing and justice, is to continue to, one of the other issues with the prorogue and the federal government, we were still continuing to work on the alignment, or not the alignment for, and I would say the update from program funding to essential services funding for our First Nations policing. That work continues. The FNLC are working alongside BC First Nations Justice Council to advocate for reform of the Police Act, and that is aligned with the United Nations Declaration and upholds the self-determination and jurisdiction of First Nations in British Columbia. This work has been considerably delayed by the Ministry of Public Safety. The BCFN, along with the FNLC, will continue to call the provincial government to prioritize this initiative, as the BC government is obligated to align legislation, including the Police Act, with the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. The FNLC and the First Nations Justice Council will continue to work together to advance adequate and effective policing for all First Nations in British Columbia. Many of the same issues our people face with police are replicated in our experiences with security staff and loss and prevention officers. Last week, I issued an open letter out on Save On Foods in Prince George, and the abhorrent treatment of our First Nations youth who have been accused of stealing. The treatment of our youth and our people by these security officers is unacceptable. In the near future, I believe next week, potentially, I'll be sitting down with Save On to discuss this unacceptable treatment, but also discuss many of the issues that we have with some of these security companies. This week, Chiefs will be considering a resolution this week calling for important reforms to provincial security services regulations to ensure our people are treated fairly and justly. And it's not just Save On, it's No Frills here in Vancouver. I've heard of many instances in Nanaimo, Vancouver, Williams Lake, Kamloops, elsewhere in this province of really profiling our people. And I just put a post out on my personal Facebook about myself being profiled, being followed by security guards at Shoppers Drug Mart. This isn't the only incident that I have been followed, but certainly literally hundreds have been posting about that in their experiences across this province. So something has to change. So I certainly hope you consider that resolution and add to it if you have to. One of the biggest issues that we've been tackling currently is on children and families since July 2024. Next slide. When the Assembly of First Nations presented its draft final settlement agreement on long-term reform, we've seen significant developments on First Nations Child and Family Services Program reform. From the beginning, the BCFN has raised important concerns about this proposal. Our main concern is focused on proper recognition of First Nations as governments with inherent rights, and also the issue of insufficient regional representation, decision-making, and critical funding issues. In October of last year, First Nations in Assembly rejected both the original filed settlement agreement and its proposed amendments. This has led to the creation of a National Children's Chief Commission, as noted by Resolution 60 and 61, representing 11 regions across Canada. In January 2025, the landscape shifted once again as Canada announced it would pursue regional negotiations instead of national ones, beginning with Ontario specifically. And certainly the federal government stated it currently lacks the mandate for national level negotiation and does not intend to pursue negotiation with other regions. In response, BC First Nations are charting our own course while staying connected to national reform efforts. The BCFN continues to recognize that inherent right of jurisdiction over child and families belongs to First Nations. We are now advancing a BC-specific process for long-term reform that acknowledges our unique regional realities while ensuring BC First Nations voices are heard nationally. We'll have our resolutions dealing with this item tomorrow when we hear from Chief Cheryl Casimir and also Deb Foxcroft, who are the representatives currently on the NCCC. Potentially that will change. Our work focuses on 3 critical areas: securing sustainable funding mechanisms, creating transparent processes for resource allocation, ensuring strong regional representation in all decision making. We're engaging directly with Canada to explore BC specific agreements while making sure these regional approaches align with the support for national efforts. We got to recognize that what we're trying to change here is First Nations child welfare program. This requires careful balance, maintaining unity and the national push for reform while addressing our specific issues here in British Columbia, especially relating to many of the children that have been in care or are still currently in care in BC. Our commitment to reforming child and family services remains unwavering. The path forward must recognize First Nations inherent jurisdiction, provide a sustainable funding that meets our community's needs, and ensure our voices guide decision-making at every level. Through the Tripart Working Group and our ongoing efforts, we're working to create a future where our children and families thrive, supported by systems and respect our inherent rights and reflect our values. Just want to recognize the NCC chair, Chief Frost from the Yukon, and also all our representatives from the National Chiefs Commission on Child Welfare that are implementing the bill, Resolution 1661. Certainly what we're calling for, what the NCCC are calling for, is more working with the AFN. We are trying to arrange another meeting with the NCCC and the executive table at the AFN to iron out a work plan and perhaps a strategy forward. What we have heard back continues to concern us as the federal government continues to just negotiate with Ontario. We're calling for not only a BC specific negotiations table, but also for the national, for the federal government to come back to discuss negotiations on a national table, considering that what we're doing here is on a federal national program on child welfare and really make changes there. Certainly, what also is in play here is the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, and also calling the federal government continue to listen to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, and also align many of those issues. Some things that are coming up on the child welfare is that we'll see in the next while more reports in regards to what is required and what is needed in terms of resources and funding. The way we see it and what we've heard from the NCCC, and also it also mirrors from the National Chief and the AFN table, is that the $48.7 billion is the minimum, and we need to go up from there if we need more resources and funding. And we certainly hope that the new leader, whoever it may be, from the new Prime Minister and the Liberal government, come back to the table. And Minister Haidu, we've been calling out, reaching out to her and asking her to get the mandate. We need the mandate for a national discussion and a national negotiations on child welfare. That certainly a lot there. These are some of the items, and there's certainly a lot more regionally that we've been working with the FNLC on. Forestry, one of the highest priority issues that was identified back in 2015. as one of the most important issues was identified by the chiefs in the commitment document was child welfare. We've made progress with the provincial and federal government. Environmental assessment was the other identified issue. We've definitely made some progress with the 2018 amendments. However, it hasn't gone far enough, hasn't been aligned with DRIPA, but certainly with the environmental assessment, First Nations can create their own environmental assessment process. Forestry has been a big disappointment, and really one of the things that we're trying to do is align the Forestry Act, the Forest Range and Practices Act with DRIPA. But one thing, I did have the opportunity to meet with many foresters and the First Nations Forestry Council yesterday, that they are on their second day today. They met the past couple of days. I think there's a real opportunity here. We are seeing many corporations vacate, including CAD4 and Interfor. I know there have been some First Nations that have bought some of those tenures. We need more of that. We need more of the province commitment to help and support our First Nations to take over some of those tenures. Currently, the BC Timber Sales licenses, which is the biggest tenure holder in this province, the BCTS program is under review with the CEO, Lenny Joe, who's an RPF, and Brian Frankel, who's on council with Vanderhoef, and also George Abbott, who's a former minister, are reviewing BCTS. We have a real opportunity here to change the BCTS program so our First Nations perhaps can be more involved and perhaps take over some more tenure. I think here's another real opportunity that we could change the landscape of forestry. So I think that if there's anything that we can help and support, perhaps maybe this is a place that we can really make change. So that being said, I'll leave it at that. I know there's a lot there. I just want to thank you all for attending today. I'm not sure if we're at quorum. We're almost at quorum. We need 2 more chiefs. If you know any of your colleagues, ask them to get on this meeting so we can get quorum and pass some of the resolutions that we need to help and support the work that we're doing here and help and support your nations. And I'll leave it at that. I thank you all. Masicho.
Leemland Regional Chief Terry. Yes, there was a lot there. And on behalf of all of us, we thank you for your work and leadership on our behalf. There's a lot to get done, and it needs your support to do this work. I invite you to come online and make some comments, or if you have a question for RC on his report, to come online and let us know that you're there. And if you are, can you state your name and your nation that you're speaking on behalf of? I invite Chief Linda Price.
Tahuja, my name is Chief Linda Price, Chief of UFN, Wagacho First Nation. Janalia Chairman for chairing the meeting this week. It's good to see you again. And just want to thank the elder for opening prayer. We really appreciate that. We know with the Creator's help, we can do well with our business. Just want to thank the BCFN and Board of Directors for providing this opportunity for us to do some good work the next couple of days, and also for all the work that the staff does for us and on our behalf, Tanaya. And Dahuja to you chiefs and proxies and those present in our assembly. It's good to see you online. And thank you, Chanaya, Regional Chief, for your comprehensive report. There's a lot of work there that you're doing on our behalf. I just wanted to make note of the fast tracking with regard to the new projects. We also have to be mindful that this may affect not only new projects, but also existing projects. As some of you may know, UFN have signed a partnership agreement with New Gold, which is now Artemis. They purchased the company a few years ago. This project is known as the Blackwater Mine Project. As we move through the years, UFN just want people to know that from time to time, as the project develops, permits and supports are required. And I just want to make it known that the UFN Chief and Council and the UFN elders have made it clear that when the PA was signed, that it was signed only to the extent that the highest environmental standards are met. If there are any changes to the project or shortcuts taken during the course of the project, UFN do not support any of that or fast tracking in the permitting process. When I reflect on our environment and the importance of protecting our sustenance, especially our wildlife, we have to always choose a higher standard for our environmental process. So I just wanted to make note of that. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Chanaya, I would say.
Why, Chief Lind, and that's good to see you too. We have two more speakers wanting to join us. Chief Linda, Cookby Linda. Oh, Cookby Rhonda Phillips, please.
Right, Hawaii, Rhonda Phelps from Squast, Hatsu First Nation. Just want to thank our elder for the prayer this morning, and I just appreciate the opening remarks and Regional Chief for the work that you're doing. And I was able to take part for a little bit on Monday with regarding the tariffs, and I wasn't able to join for the whole meeting, so I was a little bit disappointed that I couldn't be part of those discussions, but I had other meetings and commitment, and so I think I just want to reiterate the fear or the frustrations that XFN has with with Premier Eby announcing the other day that they're going to be fast tracking mining projects. And it's a big concern in our territory. We also struggle with so much extraction that is happening in our backyard, and we're not benefiting from it. And the other, the frustrating part of it is the government and industry, the companies are so used to dividing and conquering our nations, and it is it's something we need to all, I think, really be united on. And there's so many areas that we can no longer go to hunt or to harvest when it comes to our medicines and just our traditional ways of being. And it's disheartening. We did meet. I was pretty upset on Monday, and I kept calling the statutory decision maker a shared decision maker. So I have to correct myself on that. We had a meeting with our statutory decision maker on an expansion of an existing mine in our territory, and it was very disappointing because they had stricken all of our comments out of the report that was going to the statutory decision maker. We were able to get those comments back in to the report, but it was through a letter. And it's disheartening to see that even to this day, colonialism is still happening, and they can push through decisions like this without even thought of coming to our table, and to even just be so disrespectful when they are meeting with us. So I appreciate that that regional chief and Robert Phillips were in those meetings, and I would like to have more, I guess, of an update in regards to that and how we can really come together to push back, because this is our territory, and they really need to start to implement ANDA and stop treating us as if we're just children to be taken care of. So and I also I was listening to you earlier about your comment, Regional Chief, about being followed around in the store, but that happened to us on the weekend, and it was actually my husband who was followed around. I happened to I left him, and he came out and he was telling me that the security guard was there just watching every move, and he had to calm me down because I was ready to go back in there and say, what is going on here? But I didn't. So um, I thank you for all the work that you do, and I appreciate having the time to be able to speak this morning. Thank you.
Lieutenant Kupi Rhonda, for your comments. I now invite Chief James.
You'd actually win one. I already thanked the elders for the opening prayer, but thank you again, and thank you, Regional Chief. Always a pleasure to hear your report. Always concise and comprehensive. So thank you for that. Several things that came to mind. Part of it was our CSA agreement, a community safety agreement. We went right to the top, as you know. You've been following it with our community safety agreement, where 14 nations and two different uh, like 14 communities in two different nations signed on to it, and then the funding was cut by the RCMP and Canada Safety. And some of the things that we're really working on was trying to have it built from the ground up, grassroots, and we really felt like we had something, so much so that other nations had signed on to it. And I really felt like we were making headway. We had ceremony right up to the top. The top cops were at these ceremonies. And so, for us, that really meant something when we go to ceremony. And then to see it, the 32 months of work that we done kind of dashed at the funding stage was really frustrating. And it still is. We're still here. We're still working to try to get it across the line. But that's the one thing they've cut down our funding to one officer now instead of two, and it's been frustrating because we have 14 communities that have signed on to it, and we're pushing against 9 CTA agreement nations, and they have I think 9 police officers. Anyway, that's one of the things. The other thing is the community, the forestry. We were talking about tenure, and I actually asked Laney Joe about when a nation doesn't want to go logging. When we've had deferral after deferral, we want to turn it into a moratorium. There is no space for that, it seems. And I'm just wondering, because of the tripartite agreement committee that was struck with the province and your organization and Spasm First Nation and BC, and Canada, around the nature agreement, the old growth and the spotted owl, the amount of traction and engagement we're having could inform, I think, other ways to engage, and we can see some of the pitfalls of how that's going right now, because it really is a bunch of wheel spinning, and I really feel like we could do a lot more to help move each other's initiatives further. And you'll hear me speak on a resolution later today, trying to make it so that we have that voice. And so I asked Laney Joe, there's a committee started, or they're reviewing the BCTS, but as part of a tripartite agreement with Canada, or committee with Canada, and one of the ground zero of some of the old growth destruction, I I would have felt that SPUSM should have been involved in the review of BCTS, and we're not. We don't have that space to even speak about it. So I really would like to get that, figure out how to get. You're asking about us to be more engaged and more involved, and I really want to. I asked Lenny to put me on that committee, and it's a closed shop. It sounds like so. And I understand you can't just keep moving people in and out, but I'm committed to stay on it as long as it takes to do a proper review, because we have other nations in the canyon that are asking about that as well. The final thing is, I've heard that in Smithers, there's people that will follow Indigenous people around, and they're non English speaking, and they have earpieces, and they're speaking in different language, and they're following people around, and they're showing up at the end of different aisles, and it's usually young girls, and it's men usually with the earpieces, and there's a concern that could be, even leading towards human trafficking, because we don't know what they're saying, and so it could be there could be reviewed into stuff like that as well. So Cook's Jim.
Limlet, Chief James. I call on Chief Don, please.
No, it's Chief Don here, Douglas First Nation. It's been a while since I've been on an BCAFN meeting, and there's a lot of interesting discussions here. When our Chief was going through all the issues that he's been working on. Some of the key things right off the top for me is the environmental assessment process. I know I believe they eliminated EAO office out of that process. And when there was mentioned that there was still a struggle with funding, when we went through the EAO process, is that we have quite a number of run and river projects, and funding was provided by the EAO office, and if that's eliminated, and I agree that takes away a lot of our funding and moving forward in the consultation process. I just wanted to mention that there used to be funding coming out of the EAO office, and if they eliminate that, it takes that funding away. And forestry, forestry is a big one. I know we all have different approaches to the forestry. For the most part, and for many years, is that with BC Timber Sales, we had an agreement with them where in our part of the territory, they only had 20% decision making, and they're looking at potentially taking that away from us this round with this new review of BC Timber Sales. And I do have a meeting next week with the representative from there in regards to that in our area. But we have taken over industry to take control of our forests. We're partnering up with a couple of our neighboring communities, created a logging company. The First Nations are 70% owners, and we're currently in a process of establishing a First Nation woodland license, which almost doubles the size of our license area without increasing our volume. So we just do the minimum obligations under the license, and this is for the purpose of protecting our forest and keeping all the other logging companies out. And so I'm just looking forward to hearing more on these areas and sharing my input on them. So thank you.
Liam Lent, further comments? We'll ask Regional Chief to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Price, for that. Your statements in regards to the environment, how decisions are made, and this is a concern that many First Nations have in regards to some of the projects that are being identified, whether they be energy projects such as wind projects. Some of them have been discussions for over 12 years. And I believe that perhaps, some First Nations gave their blessing on some of those, but there are some other projects LNG and expansion of mines that are going to be controversial. I think one of the things, this reaction, this kind of knee-jerk reaction, I mean, the issue is that we make a decision, and a hasty decision now, and with some of these projects, it's going to take years to develop it. And by the time you develop some of these projects, whether they be mining or what have you, this president's gone. I mean, in 4 years, he'll be gone. And by the way, I just seen that he's delayed the decision on tariffs to Mexico and Canada to April 2nd. So we really have this madness that's going on down south, where he's firing a lot of his bureaucrats. He's doing a lot of things that doesn't make sense. We have, goalposts are being moved, and we're living in this world that's kind of in change, and yet decisions are made very hastily by this government and by this president. So it's very difficult. And so that being said, maybe we should be kind of cautious in what we're doing. James, BCTS, and certainly I'm not sure with some of the tenures in your territory. I think, one of the opportunities maybe perhaps to conserve some of the areas that are very sensitive is to consider, I don't know if you have ever considered the area as an Indigenous protected and conserved area. I know as part of the Conservancy and a part of the Nature Conservancy agreement that we signed. And one of the things that I am on is the BC Parks Board, and certainly one of the initiatives that we're working on right now is finding more Indigenous protective and conserved areas. Perhaps maybe we need more discussions on the issue of BCTS. Certainly I'll dig into what that process looks like with Lenny and this new task group that is reviewing BCTS. We're talking about profiling with some of these security companies. One of the issues, and this is an issue that I heard, and I won't be naming names, but one of our First Nations people that used to train security guards, and they had a vast experience, and matter of fact, this person still works in corrections, and also as some of them have worked previously as RCMP officers, is that some of these companies are getting new Canadians and just simply giving them the accreditation to be security guards, not having proper training. So that's one of the issues where we're seeing underqualified or not qualified security guards doing this job. So I think it's a real issue that Save-On and these companies that hire these security guards need to address. Chief Don, certainly AAO office has one of the things we're really pushing for is the EAOs have aligned with the Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. But seeing that one of the things is to participate in the EAA, and if there's a lack of resources, this is one of the concerns we need to address with the province. If you're going to fast track or do something that in regards to projects that requires an EA, then we need proper resourcing. First Nations need proper resources, especially with this big boom in regards to rare earth minerals, where there's a vast desire to, especially with emerging new ways of energy, batteries, and what have you. Certainly, we need an environmental assessment that not only provides us consent where there are consent provisions and not simply a minister, but also proper resourcing for First Nations. Certainly forestry, I think, I think there's a real big change in forestry nowadays. Not only review of the BCTS, but vacating corporations would provide an opportunity. But I think really the Forest Range and Practices Act and also the Forest Act needs to align with DRIPA. But moreover than that, I think it's one thing to have the political will and have the minister and having law stating that the declaration is law. But when it comes down to district managers, regional managers not aligning or not following the DRIPA, it's a big concern. So they're not listening to our First Nations when it becomes to forest development plans, forest, really planning, especially in regards to some of the forestry development out there. And also in timber supply reviews, setting the AAC. We can't have a bureaucrat such as a chief forester making determinations without our consent or our ability to make decisions. It's like mining. We have the gold commissioner making decisions. We have this lower level bureaucrat making decisions on really taking no consideration of our First Nations to make decisions. So that's another thing we really need to address. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Liam Lent, Regional Chief. Very in-depth report for sure. I want to share that we have reached quorum for our assembly. And before we go on to the next report, I'll be looking for an adoption of the agenda that we reviewed this morning. We reviewed and discussed the agenda, and there was one addition to the agenda to be included for tomorrow at 2:45. The Indigenous Public Schools teachers, members of the BC Teachers Federation as led by Chief James. That has been added to the agenda for tomorrow. Otherwise, there have been no other amendments or additions to our agenda, and I'll be looking for a mover and a seconder to adopt that agenda.
So moved, Chief Price, Algatra First Nation.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief James Hobart, Spuzzum First Nations, second.
Thank you, Chief. Call question. Question has been called. Are there any opposition? Hearing none. Any abstentions? Seeing none. Motion carried. The motion or the agenda has been adopted. Thank you very much. We'll continue on with our agenda. We'll hear a report from our Board of Directors. Cookby Roseanne, Chief Don, Chief Jerry, Brian, and Chief Maureen. The ones that we've elected to serve and support our regional chief and you chiefs in British Columbia for the work that needs to get done. And we will hear from Chief Jerry Jack to give the report on behalf of the directors.
Gala Kessler. Good morning, Clarko Gala. I come from the House of Zesot and Mojit Muchla territory in Gold River on the west coast of Vancouver Island. My English name is Jerry Jack. I just want to say thank you to our Lodge Keepers for opening us up in a good way this morning. Very heartfelt song and prayer, and thank the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people for allowing us to be here. We call it mutzing up in our language. What you did, you tied our canoes up. We can't go until you say we're done. You can go now. That's the way I take it. That was what we did at a feast. You know, I look at it, the meetings is the same way because we're here for something very important. I've been on a board of directors for the BC AFN since 2022. I'd like to express my appreciation as I just did to our knowledge keepers. And I just want to say thank you again for all the support and the words of wisdom you share with us when we need it as a board. You know, especially me when I have something really heavy in my heart. You know, you guys look after me, and I really appreciate that. Dr. Point and Symposium Stewart. Today I'm reporting to the Chiefs and Assembly on behalf of the Board of Directors. I would like to acknowledge my fellow directors, Cookie Niputos, Roseanne Casimir of the Kamloops Shawakmik. I can't, if I'm trying not to destroy your name. Chief Maureen Lugui, Wet'suwet'en First Nation, Don Sam, Kiskanuck Nation, Brian and Sue from Weewakai Nation. Collectively, we work in collaboration for effective governance of the BCFN. And I can say that, you know, that I'm very proud. You know, I did 2 short terms as a board member, and I just recently got a 3-year term, and it's an honor to be sitting here, sitting with royalty around this table and on our screen with all the chiefs. Technology has led us to conduct business in new ways. I welcome our chiefs, proxies, knowledge keepers, youth, community members joining us today online so we can discuss various issues impacting our First Nations communities and gather input on strategic directions via resolutions for continued work of the BC AFN. Since we last met at the annual general meeting in October 2024, much has taken place in a short period of time. We are unique. We are in a unique time in our history. We are faced with countless issues affecting our communities and a new threat to our livelihood due to the aggression from our neighbors to the south. We are all feeling these negative impacts as we continue to move forward in addressing some of the issues. The opioid crisis, which is still taking lives of our people, we acknowledge the loss of so many of our people and extend our condolences to our First Nations in BC who have experienced loss of this crisis. Housing insecurity is at an all-time high in all urban centers. In many of our communities, there are simply not enough resources to meet the demand for access to safe and affordable housing. We heard this at our housing forum that took place in Kamloops, November 2024. It was a very well attended forum, and I was proud to be there. There was a lot of great discussions. Inflation has placed so many people at risk with little relief in sight. The pending tariffs being imposed by the United States will further negatively impact our communities, our businesses, and our members. We heard the concerns of our membership at all our chiefs meetings on U.S. tariffs earlier this week. The devastation of climate change is being felt throughout the province, and our new reality is not if wildfires, floods, or droughts will occur, but when and where, to the extent will it hit our communities. You know, I'm really afraid of that because my home is on the west coast of Vancouver Island, you know, and we're going to be hit first if a tsunami when it happens, not if, when it happens. You know, also the rising temperature in the world. You know, the ocean is rising. We're losing communities due to the climate crisis. You know, my village at Friendly Cove, which is historical, has lost about, my guess, about 50 to 75 feet of land over the last 50 years, which is quite a bit. You know, and it's sad to see. And it falls on deaf ears every time I talk to different levels of government on how we can replace that, because we're losing it, and it's not our fault that we're losing it. One of the most pressing issues we have been working on is one that affects our community's children and families. The First Nations Child and Family Services reform has evolved significantly since July 2024, when the Assembly of First Nations presented its draft final agreement on long-term reform of the FNCFS program. BCFN, working through the First Nations Leadership Council, identified several crucial concerns with the proposal, particularly regarding the recognition of First Nations governments and inherent rights holders, the lack of regional representation in decision-making, and the critical funding issues. On October 18th, 2024, the Chiefs in Assembly at the AFN SCA in Calgary, Alberta rejected both the original draft final settlement agreement and its proposed amendments through AFN resolutions. And a lot of us were there, and it was quite important that we did this. The BCFN recognizes that the inherent right of jurisdiction over children and family rests with First Nations, and we are currently advancing BC-specific process for a long-term reform approach to acknowledgements, distinct realities, and face First Nations in British Columbia while ensuring their voices are heard in a broader national conversation. BCAFN continues to work with our provincial partners and summit the Union of BC and its chiefs to spotlight issues to government officials and demand change. Work continues on issues such as the Federal United Nations Declaration of Indigenous Peoples Act, the Provincial Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Act, Emergency Management and Risk Reduction, Children's and Families, addressing Métis assertion, Mineral Tenure Act, climate change. The work being done by BCFN and the regional chief, mandated by the Chiefs in Assembly, will have long-lasting impacts for our First Nations. This work is not easy. Solutions are not quick. The board is committed to supporting our communities and ensuring that these issues are on agendas of provincial and federal government ministries. In conclusion, I want to thank you to the Chiefs in Assembly by putting your trust into the board of directors, who I've all named. And I want to quickly just say clacko to our chairperson, my brother Harvey. Missing you around, my friend. And I want to thank Regional Chief TG for all his work and his report. You know, it just amazes me how much that gentleman does for our nations. And on behalf of Muchet First Nation, the Board of Directors, I want to thank everybody that's here and on screen for attending today's conference, and I hope things go very well. Clacko. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Lumlet, Chief Jerry, for the report on behalf of the board. Again, a lot happening. And before I move on to the next agenda item, are there any comments or questions from the board on the report? We'll move on to our next agenda item. Have an address from our BCFN youth representative. I'd like to invite Crystal Starr Lewis to provide an address on behalf of the BCFN youth representatives. It's good to see you again. And I pass it on over to you, Crystal.
Thank you, Chair. It is wonderful to see you today. Thank you for leading this meeting. Thank you, Sophia. Pasquale Tanaya, Crystal Queen Snow, Crystal Queen Anatme, Help Queen Quishamain, Bruce Ogilvy, A. Elaine Moody, foster parents Quinnes Touch, A. Late Elizabeth Lewis, A. Esteban Mercia, biological parents Quinnes Touch, Tinachin Thal, Skohomish Stomach, A. Skohomish Olchemel, Hamultristan, A. Walwenti Olchemel, Wathchimamo, A to T, to Musquim, A. Skohomish, A. Slewatooth Olchemel, and Stomach. Chinquamentomiap, Chinqualnate to Creator, Chinqualnate, Eos Chinwa, Eos Chinsoquito. So I recognize that, I'm very grateful to be here on the beautiful ancestral territory of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish First Nations. Thank you for having us here today. Thank you to our wonderful knowledge keeper and uncle, Simpoyan Gonzalez, for opening us in a good way. I'm just acknowledging my ancestry and where I come from, which is Hamultristan, but also Walwenti up in Upper Chiakimus of the Squamish Valley. I'd like to thank our chiefs and delegates for their ongoing support and for giving me the opportunity to represent our youth. Thank you to our elder and knowledge keeper and my uncle again, and to Dr. Gwen Point for your knowledge and guidance as well. In addition, thank you Regional Chief Terry Teegee for your ongoing support and guidance in our roles as BCFN youth representatives and for advocating for First Nations in BC. To give you a brief overview of our activities to date, on February 11th, Kyle and I, with the help of our BCFN staff, hosted a virtual youth dialogue session online via Zoom. Our goal is to gather feedback and insights from First Nations youth regarding the need for and vision of BCFN Youth Council. We're delighted to have our former BCFN Youth Representative Taylor Bentacoza come and speak at our session as a key originator of the idea to develop a BCFN Youth Council. Kyle and I are very excited to continue this work. The BCFN Youth Council is backed by the BCFN Chiefs and Assembly. Thank you, Chiefs. Through Resolution 33-2023. We hosted the virtual youth dialogue session not only to gather feedback from youth, but also to capture their voices in a What We Heard report. With this report, BCFN staff will help advocate for sustainable capacity funding to develop the Youth Council. And one of the recommendations I put forward was creating community-based projects as a youth council and utilizing project-based funding as a creative funding method for our youth council, potentially along with potential job shadowing with chiefs and staff within the BCFN. In addition, we posted an expression of interest inviting First Nations youth between the ages of 18 and 29 years to attend regional, national, and international conferences or forums that interest them. Recognizing that First Nations youth face significant barriers to participating in important discussions, we wanted to provide them with opportunities to amplify their voices, gain valuable insights, share their unique perspectives, and unlock future career opportunities. Across the province, their lived experiences are essential to be included in these spaces. Furthermore, to ensure fairness, youth who express interest were randomly selected. BCFN will be covering the registration, travel, and accommodation, as well as providing any additional support or information needed to attend these events. So we're sharing this with chiefs so they can put some youth names forward as well, to include youth from their community. This initiative, of course, will help reduce barriers youth often face when participating in these spaces, which is an exciting step forward. Current and former BCFN youth representatives have had the opportunity to attend these events through our advocacy and platform, and we believe our fellow youth should have the same access. It is crucial to invest in First Nations youth by removing financial barriers, ensuring their voices are heard and their perspectives included in these important discussions. Additionally, Kyle and I continue to engage with the National Youth Council and the Unified Indigenous Youth Council to address regional priorities while also learning from our peers and sharing knowledge, and with my portfolio recently being assigned to international and intergovernmental relations. We're excited to collaborate with BCFN staff in the new fiscal year to build on our current work plan. This will allow us to continue advocating for First Nations youth in BC while also exploring new opportunities to support and empower them. Again, I am extremely grateful for my work as a BCFN youth representative, as I have learned a lot in my first year and have been able to attend and speak at many different BCFN and AFN events and conferences, including FNLC events, learning from our chiefs in assembly, union band of Indian chiefs, knowledge keepers, and more. I've also attended all but one of our BCFN board meetings, learning from our chiefs, representatives, and board of directors, and BCFN staff and directors, which I'm absolutely grateful to work with you all. In sharing some of my work outside of my role as a BCFN youth representative and in support with a beautiful array and diversity of youth, this past year I've been able to meet with our senators for the Voices of Youth Indigenous Leadership Program in Ottawa, sharing my journey and policy recommendations, etc. Additionally, being nominated to speak at Canada's National Youth Panel and AFN, BCFN's Climate and Homelessness panels, and as a keynote speaker at the FNLC meeting last year for Youth in Care. Thank you everyone who shared love, kindness, and support, and for sharing their tears with me. After speaking at the FNLC meeting, I was hired on by my wonderful team, Archana Arway, as a policy analyst, which was another opportunity to share my story once more as a former youth in care and hear from the youth research team with some of the key findings they shared around the relevance of culture, community, and having children be safe in homes. Moreover, and on behalf of our Children Our Way Society, my team would like to gently remind our chiefs in assembly that the First Nations Child and Family Services and Joint Principal Settlement Claims period will open on March 10th for the removed child class and removed child family class. Our families and young people need financial guidance and additional wraparound supports, services, so we're all well supported when it comes to receiving settlement funds. As leaders, we and you play a key role in ensuring those supports are available to those who need them. We kindly encourage you to reach out to your Indigenous Child and Family Service Agency and other community service providers to discuss what is needed in creating a plan that will make a lasting difference. With great honor and gratitude, I share that my partner and I were nominated and recognized by Honorable Minister of Indigenous Affairs for the Water Award for ongoing advocacy for climate action, climate justice, and projects and advocacy within our communities. And going forward, I'll be attending the Harvard Business School in March. I hope that in terms of developing an organization and in terms of creating more community-based projects with our youth council and for the work that I do with OCOW for Youth in Care and as your youth BCF and youth representative, that the knowledge I acquire will be helpful and transferable in all these areas and more. Moreover, I'd love the opportunity to extend further opportunities and potentially splitting some of these costs with other organizations and more collaboration with my youth representative. And fortunately, my computer died, so I'm going to pass it on and we can come back to me after. My apologies.
Leland, Crystal, it's always so good to hear from our youth, the work that they're doing, the willingness to learn, to be involved and engaged in doing the work that we need to do for our people. And it's so encouraging to hear that and see at home as well, the work that is being done. And us as the elders and leaders in our community, allowing our youth to be heard and be seen and to be involved and engaged in the work that we need to do for ourselves. Thank you again, Crystal. I will move on to our next agenda item. I'd like to turn it over to Oreen Askew, BCFN's 2SLGBTQIA plus representative, to provide an update on the work that she's doing. And then after that report, we'll have a look at our first resolution number 1. So if you're available, Oreen, please come online.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson. So everyone can hear me? We're good?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, chiefs, leadership, elders, and knowledge keepers, and special guests. Thank you to BCAFN Knowledge Keepers, Uncle Simplion, and thank you for that song and this prayer this morning. And I want to thank or acknowledge Dr. Point as well. I saw you helping with the background vocals, so really appreciate that this morning. I'm grateful to be joining you at this meeting from my ancestral territory, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, otherwise known as Vancouver, Hotswile, Tanoia, Squamish, Comochistanokomeo, Oreen Askew, Queensna, Somalia, Queen Kushaming. Hi, everyone. My name is Oreen Askew. I'm from the Squamish Nation, and I'm the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ representative serving on the AFN's 2S LGBTQIA+ Council. I would like to acknowledge Regional Chief, the BCAFN Board, and my fellow elected representatives and BCAFN staff for the good work each of you do. This morning, I will be sharing about my work as BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ representative and some key issues I believe that we as leadership need to prioritize. Before I proceed, I think it is appropriate for us to take a moment of silence to remember and honor all missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people and send strength to their families. So if we can have a moment of silence. Thank you for that moment of silence. I'm going to continue. My vision remains consistent as an Afro-Indigenous and Two-Spirit person. I've always wanted to create a safe space and connection with community and culture for the 2S LGBTQIA+ community and First Nations people in all their diversity. This position allows me to do just that, and I'm grateful to be able to do this work. My priorities include supporting the advocacy and voices of 2S LGBTQIA+ First Nations people from BC through engagement and events like today, and representing our views at the national level by being a member of the AFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council. I also hope to lay the groundwork for representatives to come. In December 2024, I attended the AFN Special Chiefs Assembly in Ottawa, Ontario, and participated in the AFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council meeting. At this meeting, we reviewed and discussed draft resolutions and the SCA agenda. As a council, we collectively flagged concern with inviting a special guest to events that say or take harmful actions against First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ people, including implementing legislation that is harmful to 2S LGBTQIA+ First Nations people, specifically 2S+ youth. To address concern, the AFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council will continue to advocate for safe space to be upheld when it comes to special guests that are invited to attend AFN events. In addition, the AFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council met the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs, Gary Edison Negris, sorry if I pronounced that improperly, where I spoke to the importance of long-term multi-year funding for First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ led initiatives and programming, as well as speaking to the importances of gender-affirming healthcare and other priority areas outlined in the BC AFN First Nations Gender Equity Strategic Action Plan. I not only attended the annual February 14th Women's Memorial March, but I participated in the 3rd Indigenous Federal, Provincial, and Territorial National Roundtable on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirited Plus People to address systemic violence and advance the 231 calls for justice from the National Inquiry's final report on January 29th to 30th, 2025. And one of the main topics of discussions during the meeting included highlighting efforts to prevent human trafficking and addressing data gaps on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. The FPTI Roundtable provided space to hear directly from First Nation, grassroots, regional organizations, and the provincial and federal government. BC AFN hopes that the province of BC will continue to advance work with implementing the 231 calls for justice. From past engagement with advocates, families, and survivors on how the calls for justice should be implemented in BC, the top priorities remain related to justice system transformation, addressing discrimination in the healthcare system, and the need for cultural and wellness supports. We also recognized how this work built upon and lifts up existing recommendations like those in the Red Woman Rising report, Highway of Tears Symposium report, and Forsaken, many of which remain unimplemented. In early November 2024, BCAFN announced the call for concepts on the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ flag, with the extended deadline to submit an initial flag design being January 10th, 2025. The purpose to develop a 2S LGBTQIA+ flag is to represent BC First Nation 2S LGBTQIA+ people and to signify the inclusivity and diversity within the BCAFN. Throughout the BCAFN call for concepts on the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ flag, we received a total of 5 submissions, and I'm continuing to work with others and BCAFN staff to select the flag. Due to the extended deadline, the original timeframe for the project has been extended in order to allot the appropriate time for us and the selected artists to craft a final design. I would like to send a thank you to all who have shared the initiative with their First Nation community and network, and extend a thank you to all of those who have granted us their time and responded to the call for concepts on the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ flag. We've secured funding to host a 2-day BCAFN Women, Girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ dialogue session for 2025. BC First Nations chiefs, leadership, and community members are welcome to attend. At this session, BCAFN's elected representatives will provide updates and roundtable workshops, will hold collaborative space for participants to contribute to a number of ongoing initiatives, including those targeted at ending and responding to violence against women and 2S LGBTQIA+ people, as well as priorities identified within the BCAFN First Nations Gender Equity Strategic Action Plan. Portions of this event will be hybrid, but some pre-event activities will not be hybrid and in person only. We will be providing travel support for one delegate per First Nation. I would encourage everyone to ensure that someone from your community attends. You can provide feedback on priority agenda topics through the pre-event survey that will also help guide our event planning. This link will be shared in the Zoom chat by BCAF and staff, and the survey can also be accessed on the current slide by scanning the code with your cell phone camera. We look forward to hearing from you and reading your feedback. Once planning is completed, we will be releasing our Save the Date card via email to all First Nations. If you have questions, please feel free to reach out to me or the BCAFN Women's Representative, Cheryl Rule. Before I close, I will speak to Draft Resolution 01/2025. Support for the establishment of a BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council that is being brought forward to you for consideration. Despite numerous efforts to include BC First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ representation at all levels of government, there is more to be done to support the needs and priorities of BC First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ people. The intention of this resolution is to do preliminary work and to establish a BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council that is in alignment with United Nations declarations on the rights of Indigenous peoples and uphold the national inquiry, specific calls for justice for 2S LGBTQIA+ peoples, which reflected the need for a distinction-based approach that takes into account the unique challenges to safety for 2S LGBTQIA+ individuals and groups, and the inclusion of 2S LGBTQIA+ perspectives in decision-making. First Nations, 2S LGBTQIA+ people perspectives and guidance are paramount to leadership, governance, decision-making, and solutions with respect to issues that disproportionately impact 2S LGBTQIA+ people and First Nations rights, title, and interest in BC more broadly. The diversity of First Nations languages, customs, legal orders, the traditional knowledge in BC reaffirms the need for an increased opportunities for First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ people to provide input, guidance, and direction through adequate regional representation. Finally, I invite you to reach out to me anytime to collaborate on this important work, or if there is a way I can be a support to your community. I now invite the BCAFN Women's Representative, Cheryl Rule, to share her updates. Chairman Nkwantumi, thank you for your time.
We will go to the resolution first. We have quorum, so we're going to be reviewing Resolution 01/2025. Support for the establishment of a BCFN 2SLQBTQI+ Council. You've all received the resolution package, and I will be going to the therefore it be resolved portion. Therefore, be it resolved that 1, the BCFN Chiefs and Assembly support the creation of a BCFN 2SLGBTQIA+ Council that is guided by the direction and leadership provided by BCAFN 2SLGBTQIA+ representative and the BC First Nations 2SLGBTQIA+ people. 2, the BCFN Chiefs and Assembly direct BCFN and the BCAFN 2SLGBTQIA plus representative to develop concepts and engage with BC First Nations 2SLGBTQIA plus people across the province and at the women's and girls and 2SLGBTQIA plus dialogue sessions to inform the scope, mandate, and structure of the BCFN 2SLGBTQIA plus council. 3, the Chiefs and Assembly direct BCFN and the BCFN 2SLGBTQIA plus representative with support from staff to develop terms of reference for a BCAFN 2SLGBTQIA plus council and bring back to the Chiefs and Assembly for approval, and for the BC Chiefs and Assembly direct BCFN to identify and advocate for consistent multi-year funding from the province and federal governments to adequately resource and support the establishment of a BCAFN SLGBTQIA plus council that is in alignment with the commitment for the path forward, priorities and early strategies for BC, and the federal pathways to address missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2SLGBTQIA plus people, commitments to implement the 231 calls of justice of the National Inquiry. This resolution is moved by Cookby Rhonda Phillips. She
I'm here.
confirms.
I
She
confirm.
confirms. Thank you. And Sipalalem Stewart Gonzalez, a proxy for Squamish Nation.
Simply on willing to second.
I invite questions, comments regarding the resolution. If there are no comments or questions for the resolution, I'm looking for call question. Question has been called. What was it? Abstain. Any abstain? Any oppose? Seeing none. Motion carried. Limland, thank you. With that in order, I thank you on behalf of the group that have been working so long and so diligently to bring to a platform, and we acknowledge and recognize that, yeah, we need help and support for our people. We'd like to turn and hear from Cheryl Rule, serving her first term as BCFN's new women's representative. Never met you, Cheryl, but I welcome you to join us and give us your report. Thank you. Limlet.
Thank you. Hentla Yerikskist, chiefs, leaderships, elders, and knowledge keepers, and our community members and special guests. Tuthlak in Seletko in Squashchemium. Hello, it's a good day. My Intlakupman Chin name is Rainbow. My English name is Cheryl Rule. My families are the Bob and Oppenheim family from Insuletco, which is Coldwater. I'm the vice chief of Insuletco Coldwater Band. I'm a proxy for Chief Cheryl Cashmere, and I'm the newly elected BCAFN Women's Representative serving on the AFN Women's Council. I'm grateful to be joining this meeting from the ancestral territorial and traditional territorial and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Giksham, thank you to the BCFN Knowledge Keepers, Sem Lathan, for your opening remarks this morning. I would like to acknowledge the elders, the knowledge keepers, the regional chiefs, the cookbees, the BCFN board, and my fellow elected representatives and the BCFN staff for your support. This morning, I will begin by sharing my vision as the BCAFN Women's Representative. My goal is to be trustworthy, transparent, and a strong voice for human rights, universal dignity, environmental justice, compassion, and the rights of Indigenous people. I have a strong focus on governance, human resources, and policy development. Language and culture, traditional teachings from Indigenous knowledge keepers, elders, and raising awareness for the missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, our children and youth. 2SLGBTQQIA+, and men and boys. Healing for residential school survivors and advocating for children in care and preventative programming for vulnerable youth and young adults in the current drug crisis. In November, I joined my first meeting with the AFN Women's Council. My input included recommendations toward the development of the Missing Persons Data Standards Project at Statistics Canada. The MPDS project is a 5-year project that aligns with the Calls for Justice 9.5 in the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. The National Inquiry Final Report, which calls upon all police services to standardize protocols, policies, and practices to ensure all cases of missing persons are thoroughly investigated. The Calls for Justice 9.5 also includes the creation of a national strategy to ensure consistency in reporting mechanisms for reporting missing Indigenous women, girls, and 2SLGBTQQIA+ people. During this presentation, we learned about a national strategy that could be developed in conjunction with the implementation of a national database. This would be helpful for BC First Nations as it would ensure all necessary steps are taken to ensure that the law enforcements do not discriminate against MMIW G2S+ and can fully support families and survivors. However, there is a concern that the national database may also hinder the equity of services, as law enforcement may be limited from going above and beyond for missing persons once all standardized protocols, policies, and practices are completed. During this engagement, it was important to ensure that all law enforcement standardizations will not lead to limitations on missing person cases being investigated. I was hopeful to see the future outcomes of this work and eager to see missing person investigations to be improved upon. In December, I attended the AFN Special Chiefs Assembly in Ottawa, Ontario, and participated in the AFN Women's Council as the new BCAFN Women's Representative. This meeting was a very busy time for the AFN Women's Council. I'm happy to share an update on the National Caucus of Women's Leaders, which will be celebrating International Women's Day on March 8th, 2025, with a one-day virtual meeting. Regional offices such as the BCAFN have been invited to present their work on the First Nations Gender-Based Analyst Plus Toolkit, titled All My Relations, a culturally relevant approach to the First Nations Gender-Based Analysts, which was co-created by Chastity Davis, Apollos, and Dr. Natalie Clark, and Dr. Sarah Hunt. In January, with the BCAFN 2SLGBTQQIA+ representative, Oreen Askew, I participated in the third Indigenous Federal, Provincial, and Territorial National Roundtable on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirited People to address systematic violence and to advance the 231 calls for justice. From the National Inquiry final report, for the first time, it was important to me to recognize and acknowledge that some steps have been taken towards the implementation of calls to justice. And in 2024 and 2025, Indigenous Service Canada announced its efforts to combat human trafficking. Overall, it was a difficult dialogue. It was very clear that many First Nations organizations are working to advance implementations of the calls to justice. But there is a need for more systematic, specific, concrete action, goals, timeframes, and measurements, indicators that will help evaluate this progress. As a result, we will continue to hold the federal and provincial government accountable to take action. Some work that Minister Gary Anasagri is overseeing includes create an oversight body for the implementation of the calls for justice, as well as establish a human and Indigenous rights ombudsperson. These are much overdue actions that we hope will bring some accountability. On February 14th, I attended the annual Memorial March for the first time to honor the Indigenous women who have lost their lives to violence and to lift up survivors and their families. The February 14th Women's Memorial March was formed in 1992 after the brutal and tragic murder of Cheryl Ann Joe, a Coast Salish woman, sparked outrage amongst families. A brutal and tragic murder, yes. This sparked outrage by the manner in which she was murdered. And they were fed up with the continued violence against Indigenous women and girls. This march was formed not only to commemorate our stolen sisters, but to give voice to the families and survivors. The Memorial March continues to grow and creates a platform to establish many valuable connections. I'm grateful that I was able to attend, and I will support MMIWG 2S Plus events that uphold families and survivors. We need to increase resources for advocates and the grassroots people who respond to violence and search for Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. I look forward to work ahead in supporting BC First Nations women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. Now we'll move on to Joint First Nations, a government collaborative table to implement the calls for justice and priority for MMIWG 2S+ action and needs. Through Resolution 18-2024, collaborative tables to implement the calls to justice, BCAFN has been to establish a provincial level coordination table between the province, First Nations, and families and survivors to help advocate more coordinated, collaborative, and accountability-oriented work and facilitate enhanced communication. Currently, BCFN is collaborating with a small working group involving the Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs for the First Nations Justice Council, Ministry of Public and Selector General, and the Gender Equity Office to advance analysis and advocacy. Throughout the working group, it is a preliminary stage of developing the terms of reference. Most recently, this work has been brought to a halt due to the omission of the First Nations or the Joint First Nations, the government collaborative table from ministerial mandate letters, of which are needed by working groups members to continue this initiative. This work would be aligned with the BC Chiefs' support for the calls for justice on the MMIW G2S+ and previous engagements with family and survivors led by BCFN. The collaborative process on the second generation cutoff and Section 10 voting thresholds is my next topic. As a mandate by BC AFN Resolution 01-2023, ending sex-based discrimination in the Indian Act in alignment with the UN Declaration. The BC Assembly of First Nations has been actively participating in the Indigenous advisory process on the collaborative process on a second generation cutoff and Section 10 voting threshold. In June 2024, the BC Assembly of First Nations and Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs began engaging and managing contractors to review Indigenous Service Canada guidelines and materials to identify gaps and create BC-specific resources, along with communication toolkit to assist BC First Nations in participating in the Indigenous Service Canada consultation process and promoting awareness along our community. BC Assembly of First Nations and Union of BC Indian Chiefs jointly prepare material to support First Nations and affected individuals in BC to engage in the upcoming Indigenous Service Canada consultation on the second generation cutoff and Section 10 voting thresholds, including calls to action for the First Nations to support coordinated messaging and simple questions to shape communities' decisions sessions. The material and information referenced in the updated title, Critical BC First Nations Consideration for the Second Generation Cutoff by Harmony Johnson at the UBCIC Chiefs Council meeting on February the 12th, 2025, can be found on the BCAFN website under the newly published webpage titled Membership/Citizenship. This link will be shared in the Zoom chat. I would also like to remind the chiefs and leadership of the upcoming deadlines, March 14th, 2025, to submit funding applications to secure funding to assist in developing the submitting legislative situation on the second generation cutoff and or Section 10 voting threshold. This will also be shared on the Zoom chat for the link. Finally, I would like to say Guksham, thank you to Harmony Johnson and the technical staff for their work. We have a resolution that has been moved forward. I will speak to a resolution that is being brought forward for your consideration. So the resolution before this one was intention of this resolution is to begin preliminary work and to establish a BCAFN Women's Council in a good way. That is in alignment with United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and uphold the National Inquiry in 2019. Calls for Justice 1.4. Through the BCAFN Resolution 01/24, the First Nations Gender Equality Strategic Action Plan was supported by the Chiefs and Assembly to implement all goals and activities listed in the First Nations Gender Equity Strategic Action Plan, which affirms the importance of establishing a BCAFN Women's Council in version 1, goal 1.1. Strong women and 2 SLGBTQIA+ representatives, council, and grassroots initiatives. BC First Nations women and girls require increased capacity building and leadership opportunities to be meaningful, engaged in policy and governance initiatives and in spaces that promote undefined regional, national, and international priorities and advocacy on issues affecting First Nations women and girls due to the diversity in BC. Guksham.
Livland Cheryl, who has been a very busy leader since her election last fall. In lieu of time and trying to move things forward and catch up on our agenda, we'll go directly to the resolution, draft resolution number 2, support for the establishment of a BCAFN Women's Council. And I'll go right into therefore it be resolved. Therefore be it resolved that 1, the BC Chiefs and Assembly support the creation of a BCAFN Women's Council that is guided by the direction and leadership provided by BC Women's Representative and First Nations women and girls in BC. 2, the BC Chiefs and Assembly direct BCAFN and the BCAFN Women's Representative to develop concepts and engage with First Nations women and girls across BC at the Women, Girls, and 2SLGBTQIA+ dialogue sessions to inform the scope, mandate, and structure of the BCAFN Women's Council. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly direct BCAFN and the BCAFN Women's Representative with support from staff to develop terms of reference for a BCAFN Women's Council and bring back to the Chiefs and Assembly for approval. And number 4, the BC Chiefs and Assembly direct BCAFN to identify and advocate for consistent multi-year funding from the province and federal governments to adequately resource and support the establishment of a BC Women's Council that is in alignment with their commitment for the path forward priorities and early strategies for BC and the federal pathways to address missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA plus people commitments to implement the 231 calls to justice of the National Inquiry. This resolution was moved by Chief Dan Manuel, the Upper Nicola Band, and Cook P. Marcel Shackley. I seen confirmed Chief Dan Manuel,
Yep, confirmed down here.
Cook P. Marcel Shackley.
Yeah, confirmed.
Thank you. Thank you. Limland, any comments, questions regarding the resolution? If not, I'm looking for question.
Question.
Question has been called. Any opposed? Seeing none, any abstentions? Seeing none, resolution carried. We have some time to catch up and we're going to be moving forward. I invite. How long are you gonna be? Okay. We'll get an update on the Canada Water Agency. And we were looking forward to Darren and Sophia to introduce and give the report to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sophia Eliopoulos. I'm the Associate Director of the Assembly of First Nations, and I will support the. We good? All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Chiefs and Proxies. My name is Sophia Eliopoulos, and I'm the Associate Director at BCFN, and I support the water portfolio. And I just want to provide a little bit of context before Darren Haynes goes through a brief presentation for you regarding Resolution 03 that's in your kits. I wanted to provide a little bit more historical context before he dives in, and appreciate your time. So since 2021, the Government of Canada has committed to standing up the Canada Water Agency. And Darren will go through that in a little bit more detail, but since then, BCFN has been engaging with Environment and Climate Change Canada to advocate for First Nations rights, title, and interest with respect to the creation of the agency and the mandate. And in 2022, BCFN hosted a dialogue series on water to talk about the Canada Water Agency and what it could and should do to uphold First Nations rights. It is available online and there are several recommendations. I just wanted to highlight three. It was unanimous that the Canada Water Agency should uphold and support First Nations laws and legal orders, that there must be shared governance mechanisms for the Canada Water Agency to be meaningfully applied to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and that the agency should support First Nations in data monitoring and collection. And as I mentioned, I do encourage you to check out the full report. There are several recommendations. But following that, last year we did retain a legal firm to undertake a review of the Canada Water Act. And the reason for this is the Canada Water Agency noted that this act, which is quite old, would be informing the ways in which the Canada Water Agency is created and shaping their mandate. And so they're looking into the modernization, and they are prepared to do this in some form of partnership with First Nations. So we did develop a legal analysis, and it is included in your kits as well. Just for the sake of time, I do encourage you to look at the highlights of that legal analysis. It's in K of Resolution 03 and goes over the details of those recommendations. But for the sake of today's resolution and the focus of it, I'll just turn it over to Darren Haynes, who's going to be talking about one other umbrella item that we've had in conversations with First Nations related to the Canada Water Agency and beyond, which is that there needs to be better mechanisms for shared decision-making frameworks and that the Canada and British Columbia need to move beyond advisory bodies when it comes to these co-governance frameworks. So we've been trying to think creatively in how to propose a new way of doing things so that First Nations have free, prior, and informed consent in their decision-making with respect to water in their territories. So I'll turn it over to Darren.
Thanks, Sophia. So, we're gonna be okay? Okay.
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. So picking up from Sophia's comments, thank you for that. We're going to go through a brief presentation that, as Sophia mentioned, is focused on an idea on how to engage with the Canada Water Agency at this particular juncture. So just to start off, very briefly, obviously, First Nations in BC and across Canada have consistently been calling on other levels of government to respect their rights and jurisdictions over water. One of the goals and one way of articulating an overarching goal that First Nations have expressed is the realization of co-governance structures in which First Nations governments exercise decision-making authority with other levels of government over all aspects of water and water management. So when we're thinking about co-governance structures, this is one way of thinking about that. So currently in Canada, as many of you are familiar with, we have a fragmented system of water jurisdiction. At the federal level, there's jurisdiction related to fisheries, pollution prevention, shipping and navigation, transboundary water bodies, et cetera. It is not in a single department, but spread across various agencies and ministries. At the provincial level, similar fragmentation appears there as well. The province exercises jurisdiction over water throughout the province, and a lot of water management is delegated to local governments. It is currently the case that in many areas, federal and provincial decisions made with respect to water simply have inadequate participation from affected First Nations. So Sophia mentioned there is a commitment from Canada to create a water agency. There was the What We Heard report from 2022 that collected key recommendations from First Nations with respect to the establishment of this agency. And I won't go over those again, but we now have the agency having been established in October of last year with an enabling statute coming into force. The mandate that the agency currently has is to improve coordination and collaboration between Canada and the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples to address national and regional transboundary freshwater challenges and opportunities. So at this stage and juncture, the agency's mandate is really one around coordination. It is also tasked with leading the engagement on the modernization of the Canada Water Act. It's a little confusing because, as Sophia mentioned, we expect a modernized Canada Water Act to have a large impact on what the agency does and what its role will be, but we're not there yet. And so at this juncture, the agency really has a strong mandate to coordinate with other levels of government and try to collaborate. Just very briefly, the headquarters of this agency are established in Winnipeg. There's going to be one regional office in BC, and that's in Vancouver. They have identified 8 bodies of national significance, they call them, and are focusing initiatives around these 8 bodies. There is one such body in BC, that is the Fraser River. The agency has established a directorate structure, organizing themselves with these 3 directorates that you see on the screen. It is worthy of note that the enabling statute, which is very common for federal agencies, does allow the minister to delegate authority to the agency. So Although there doesn't appear to be any delegation at this juncture, it is possible for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to delegate statutory decision-making authority with respect to water to the agency in the future. So briefly, and I think there's the considerations paper that's in the kit goes into this in a bit more detail, but some thoughts about the agency's current governance structure and mandate. First of all, as Sophia mentioned, the governance structure doesn't reflect the recommendations that were made in the What We Heard report in 2022. There's no mechanism through which First Nations can assert their water rights or meaningfully participate in the agency's governance. So essentially, it is very much a creature of the federal government. With respect to its mandate, we expect the mandate to evolve with the modernization of the Canada Water Act, but right now it has a clear focus on coordination between and amongst federal departments and between Canada, the province, and Indigenous governments. So taken together, we sort of see an opportunity here with the current governance structure and mandate to potentially organize some collective engagement with the agency to advance the common goal of establishing water co-governance structures in various territories. So in the considerations paper that is in the kit, we look at a couple of existing or emergent water-related structures, collective structures that have been established or are being established as a means to engage with this new Canada Water Agency. The first is the First Nations Water Caucus. This is the structure that was developed with the province around watershed management. It's a delegated structure with up to, as we understand, 15 delegates appointed on a watershed or basin basis. The advantage of using this water caucus to engage with the agency is that it has some momentum and visibility with the province. However, it is very new. The level of commitments is not yet clear across the province. At the national level, the AFN has called for the creation of a National Water Stewardship Task Force. It's to be overseen by 2 chiefs committees at the national level. Currently, there is not yet a commitment to fund this task force. There aren't terms of reference, and it remains really a concept that is yet to be realized. But there may be some potential there in the future, but at present, it is not available. We also explore in the paper a new concept, and I think I'll turn it back to Sophia to maybe speak to this at a high level. Just to introduce it briefly, the idea is it's framed as a convention on water governance. The idea here is that would be a potentially reoccurring annual summit, bringing together all the levels of government that exercise jurisdiction over water in BC, centering First Nations governments in that process with a goal of advancing co-governance over water in BC. Sophia?
Thanks, Darren. And again, this is included in your kits in more thorough detail, but to give a quick summation of what Darren has been exploring with BCFN is looking at new ways of shared governance that includes a basis of free, prior, and informed consent for all 204 First Nations in BC. And we would liken it to something similar as the Conference of the Parties, the COP summits that happen through the United Nations that allow a more consorted dialogue on a specific topic. And this particular topic is water. And it makes sense for water because it runs through everybody's territories and impacts everybody. And so that shared governance piece is perhaps more vital than ever before. And what we have talked about as well is some of the efficacy of certain gatherings like the First Nations Leadership Gathering. We understood that all 204 First Nations were represented this past year in January, and many First Nations see value in that. And part of its success, I think, is that there's a partnership with First Nations and the province in hosting it, and more could be done. And so a conference or a summit like Darren is explaining can help with those G2G conversations that happen on the side of FNLG, like they do so, but also allow for the province, ideally, and the federal government and First Nations to come together to really discuss how to move forward in a good way with water. So what we are looking at here is wanting to explore this further. There hasn't been enough time since we received a bit of funding from the Canada Water Agency to really look into this in a good way. And what the resolution speaks to is looking for a mandate to do that further research and engage in that more deeper dialogue with rights holders on how to make this a concept that's really worth exploring. So without further ado, Darren, I think that's probably enough to capture what we're trying to achieve here. Again, the mandate in your kits in Resolution 03, which the chair is going to go through in a moment here, is really just looking for that support for further research and the associated funding that will be needed to have that dialogue with rights holders. So I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Limlet, Darren and Sophia, you have the resolution number 3 in your packages. And before I get into mover and seconder, I'll review the therefore resolved. Number 1, therefore be resolved that the BC Chiefs and Assembly support and endorse the recommendations as presented in BCFN's legal analysis and call on the federal government and the Canada Water Agency to fully incorporate the recommendations contained in BCFN's legal analysis in modernizing the Canada Water Act. Number 2, the BC Chiefs and Assembly support and endorse BCAFN's report entitled Towards Co-Governance of Freshwater, Considerations for First Nations in BC Regarding the Canada Water Agency Considerations Paper, and recommendations for an overarching goal of advancing meaningful co-governance over water with rights and title holders in BC. Number 3, BC Chiefs and Assembly mandate BCAFN to engage in further exploratory research and dialogue required for convening a convention on water governance with rights and title holders and like-minded organizations. Number 4, the BC Chiefs and Assembly direct BCAFN to seek funding from the Canada Water Agency to advance the recommendations as outlined in BCAFN's consideration paper. This resolution was moved by Chief James Hobart. Acknowledge, please.
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you, Chief. And it's seconded by Deputy Chief Harlan Schillings. Acknowledged. Any comments, questions regarding the resolution?
Chief Dan Manuel, Mr. Chair.
Chief Dan Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Always a pleasure to see you and welcome your participation here this afternoon. For today, I want to thank the elders for the opening and, of course, acknowledge the good hospitality of our relatives in Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh in allowing the work to originate there on their ancestral lands. I just wanted to offer a few comments. There's a lot of moving parts in this dialogue as we're moving forward, and one of the considerations I think around this Drinking Water Act and the work that was going on around there, as the regional chief had mentioned in his opening comments, that I think we really need to be, I think, solid in an approach. There's a lot of moving parts. I know, and I believe there are some of our fellow chiefs from the Nicola online here. Chief Shackley, Chief Spahan. I'm not sure if he's joined us yet. Chief Jackson and Chief Ty, I believe he has a proxy here. We've been doing work in the Nicola Valley on watershed governance for going on 7 years now, and really looking to, I guess, move the bar or raise the bar in terms of our approach. And one of the, I'm just trying to get the resolution now. Sorry, I just closed it, trying to scroll through screens here. I just had a bit of a concern around the endorsement of the legal analysis, being used down the road to, I guess, be relied on by government or be relied on in terms of discussions. I want to ensure that the work that we're doing in the Nicola is respected in a meaningful way. This work has been ongoing and underway for, as I said, a long time. So I'm not sure if we can entertain some softer language around that, or at least recognition within this that there is work going on around water governance across the province. I lost my resolution on my screen here, so otherwise I would offer an amendment. I'll try to bring it back up, Mr. Chair.
Lieutenant Chief, while you're doing that, I will acknowledge Chief James Hobart.
Yeah, good afternoon and thank you. Dan, it's right. Can you hear me okay? Can I be heard or no? Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
It's kind of difficult, Chief.
Okay, hang on. I'm just going to put it on my speakerphone. That could be better. Is that better?
It's better.
So, oh my goodness. Now I can't hear you. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you for this. And Chief Dan's Emmanuel's right. In fact, I was with Lower Nick, Upper Nick, and I think Harvey, you were there. We hosted Adam, and we did a big walkthrough of what was happening in Nicola River. That was in 2014, I believe. And we'd seen where even the mine there wanted to put water back into the system, but weren't allowed to because of the bureaucracy. They wanted $100,000 spent to see what it would look like to leave water in the system that they were taking out. They wanted to reduce their permit. But anyway, what I'll do is I want to speak for the resolution. Sophia and Darren, thank you so much for this. And what I see now is whenever there's, in my opinion, whenever there's, they're doing something that's going to modernize, we need to be there at that table, and not just as, advisory. We need to be there making those decisions, with our sleeves rolled up and pencil sharpened, and also our perspective. And I think that's what I hear with this resolution is us being able to do that. And I think this also falls really well within the BCAFN's parameters, to create protection for our interests and for the research and development and exploration that we're doing, to make sure that we're included in all conversations, right? And so I think as we enter into a new era of climate crisis, and it's central to the threats that we all face, not only by quantity but by quality of water. And who knows what the demands on from the U.S. might be for water, as we hear, right? So we have to make sure that we're protecting it, because some of the water runs out into the U.S. and right there alone we could end up having issues, right? So I think in order to bring the jurisdictional boundaries to where we can really input on them, that I totally support this resolution. I just wanted to speak to that, and I'm looking forward to hearing what Dan's going to say, because I respect him, and I really think that where he's going with it is a good thing to acknowledge all of the work that's been done to date, in the different areas. Kukstem.
Lieutenant Chief James, in response to Chief Dan's and your comments, the team have made some changes to the therefore be resolved. They've included number 1A, fully incorporate the recommendations contained in BCFN's legal analysis in modernizing the Canada Water Act, and B, work in full partnership with rights and title holders in the modernization of the Canada Water Act modernization process to achieve free, prior, and informed consent. Chief Dan?
Is it possible to, I like it. I couldn't, is it possible to put it on the screen?
It is on the screen.
I don't see it. I'm still on the options for moving forward on my screen.
It was on the therefore be resolved that section, and it's on the screen.
Okay, I'm not seeing it on my side here.
It's one and then A and B.
I still have the slide deck up on my screen. I don't know if others are seeing the.
Yeah, no resolution up on the screen. It's the options for moving forward.
The slide deck is still up online.
Our team is looking into.
I see the resolution on mine with the writing in it.
Yes. We have the therefore section on the screen with the changes.
Maybe could you add it into the chat? Because I can't see it on the. I just see the slide deck, not the resolution. Oh, I see Mr. Chair now on the screen.
We're trying to figure out what's going on.
Okay, I see it on the chat now. Fully incorporated.
Can you see that now, Chief?
Yeah, I can see it in the chat.
Okay. The amended part was section A and B under number 1. To fully incorporate the recommendations contained in BCFN's legal analysis in modernizing the Canada Water Act, and B, work in full partnership with rights and title holders in the modernization of the Canada Water Act process to achieve free, prior, and informed consent.
Thank you.
We're okay?
Yeah, I'm
Chief
good with that.
Dan?
Yeah, thank
We're
you.
okay, Chief James? Any other comments or questions regarding the resolution?
All good. All good. Thank you.
Question has been called. Any opposed? Abstained? Resolution carried. Thank you. That has been quite a morning that we've had getting our start Our youth rep will be completing her report a little later on in the meeting. She got her computer all fired up and charged up again. And I guess that happened for a reason. The important part was coming at the end. So with that, we will adjourn until 1:15. So have some lunch, get re-energized, and we'll see you at 1:15. Limlet. Waikashkal Haltepisnik Sealch. We had a really good short break, reconnect, visit, laugh a little bit before we get back into this afternoon's agenda. And I really thank you all for your patience this morning, for us getting going, listening to the reports, making comments and recommendations on the resolutions, and being involved and engaged to ensure that the work that we're doing is the work that you need to get done at home. So welcome back. We are going to move into a report update from Regional Chief Terry Teegee and Mark Podlaski from the First Nations Major Projects Coalition to give an update on the ongoing threats, tariff threats from the United States. I know that we've all heard about it all across the country, a lot of concerns about the plans and divisions that a leader has regarding relationships. And I'll pass it on over to Regional Chief Terry to start us off.
Thank you, Harvey, Mr. Chair. Chiefs, leaders, as I stated in my opening comments, was in regards to the issues of tariffs, and as we've all heard today, that the moving target is now April 2nd from the President of the United States. But nevertheless, I think we need to be cognizant of what we need to do as First Nations, and certainly we do have a resolution today call for First Nations rights and title to be upheld in Canada-US trade considerations and countermeasures. Really speaks to the need for First Nations inclusion in Canada-United States trade negotiations and retaliatory economic policies. Certainly, this is a challenging moment in time. We've never seen such a challenge to Canada's sovereignty and or our independence than what we're experiencing now. Not since World War II have we experienced something that is a threat to Canada. Certainly, lack of consultation and exclusion from decision making is a real issue that we need to address in regards to the actions from BC and Canada. We did, as I stated in my opening remarks, we did meet on Monday in regards to this and met with many of our chiefs, technicians, and leaders across British Columbia. And really, I think there is an opportunity for BC and Canada to uphold their legal and political commitments under DRIPA, the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act provincially, and also United Nations Declaration Act federally. We've heard from many leadership on Monday. The comments that we heard was very concerning in regards to the mentality of industry and government, that there's this real gold rush mentality to fast track some of these developments in regards to the 18 projects that were identified by the provincial government, and those range from wind energy projects, LNG, mining, expansion of mining, and certainly many First Nations and leadership identified that this issue and this so-called partnership is only at the detriment of First Nations, and that what the government and industry are looking for is just a yes. And when you say no, it's almost like you're being punished. But nevertheless, I think what this opportunity provides is, as another speaker stated, that it is an opportunity to take control over our own natural resources and our own economies. And why this is such an issue is that, as we heard, 25% on all Canadian products, that certainly would hurt a very struggling industry such as forestry that many First Nations across this province are integrally a part of. Some of you own tree farm licenses, some of you have taken over tenures from industry, and some of you have tenures that you agreed upon with the province of BC. And seeing that almost 50% of our softwood lumber goes to the United States, it should be very concerning to many of our industry in British Columbia, as well as to our First Nations, because we're involved. This will affect many of our rates even if we manage some of these tenures and or are a part of this industry, and perhaps we have equity in some of these mills. Another example is 97% of value added products go to the United States. So that certainly is very concerning for many First Nations across this province. As we said, even before these tariffs, it certainly has been a struggle for this industry. Another issue is in terms of fisheries and agriculture. 74% of BC's seafood exports go to the United States. And certainly, I believe that in terms of agriculture, we are also dependent, like much of British Columbia, much of our produce and resources do get traded with the United States because it's very convenient. It's just across the border. Energy and critical minerals. BC's planned countermeasures rely on resources found in First Nations territories. 18 of the 31 critical minerals identified in Canada's critical mineral strategy are found in BC. Certainly, there's a more of a dependence on much of the resources and mining that would potentially come out of British Columbia. So there again, too, we need to be very concerned about approval processes. Premier Eby, in his address to the FNLC All Chiefs meeting on tariffs, affirmed his commitment to ensuring the projects align with DRIPA. So certainly, here's another opportunity to really uphold the Premier and this government to make sure that the provisions of the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act is followed. And I think, whether that's new mines and or existing mines, I think it's really important that the provisions for free, prior, and informed consent is needed. The other issue, even before the discussions last year and the last previous years, especially after COVID, post-COVID, was the cost of living, the cost of food, the rising issues of food security certainly is an issue in our First Nations communities, considering 80 to 85% of our First Nations communities are in remote areas. So as the cost of living has gone up, this is going to be a real issue in terms of food security, knowing full well that there's a declining stocks of salmon and ungulates in this province because of development. The expected cost increase would be approximately $800 per year. So I think it's really important that this needs to be addressed as well. And as in the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, Article 36, 32, 18, talking about border security, talking about the issues of free, prior, informed consent, and being a part of the economy, I think these articles within the declaration need to be upheld. So the resolution called for First Nations rights and title to be upheld in Canada-US trade considerations and countermeasures. Really, what you need to know, Chiefs, is that this calls for concrete action to protect First Nations economic sovereignty and ensure inclusion in trade decision-making. Certainly affirm First Nations inherent unextinguished title and rights, including the right to trade and conduct commerce on our own terms. I'll call for FPIC before BC moves forward with the 18 expedited projects that were identified. Pause for BC's proposed legislation expanding the BC Energy Regulators Authority to ensure First Nations consent is not bypassed. Strengthen inter-tribal trade partnerships with our brothers and sisters in the United States, the Native Americans as they're described in the United States, develop Indigenous-led economic alternatives such as Indigenous free trade zones. Ensure First Nations are full participants in all trade negotiations, countermeasures, and relief policies. Secure adequate resources to support First Nations capacity to engage in trade policy and economic self-determination. First Nations rights are not an obstacle to economic growth. We are the key to sustainable, equitable economy for British Columbia and Canada. We must be at all the tables when these discussions occur. And really, I think it's really important that not only our voice is heard, but also that we're present in many of these discussions. I know we have, as a part of the Trade Economic Security Task Group, which I'm on, as well as Robert Phillips from the First Nations Summit, and also Grand Chief Stuart Phillip from the Union of BC Indian Chiefs. We do have a meeting on Monday with the task group, getting an update of what the next countermeasures are and possibly where we're at right now, considering what we heard today from President Trump, that these tariffs are delayed until April 2nd. Certainly that perhaps buys us more time. I know different regions in Canada, British Columbia included, have taken a number of products off their shelves that's from the United States. Especially this is from the liquor branches from Ontario, British Columbia, and elsewhere, as a countermeasure in excess of, I believe the value is about 30 billion or somewhere around there. The next step is countermeasures against $150 billion worth of products from the United States. I don't know if you noticed this, but if you go to the grocery store, there is more, I think, there is more signage out that shows where a lot of produce come from, whether it's Argentina, Chile, and there's more identifying signage showing where if these products come from the United States or elsewhere. So I think, at a flip of a switch, I would say, in the last few weeks, we saw Canadian behavior change in terms of products. Certainly, this has definitely brought us together as a country, as we've seen more recently this past on Thursday, this hockey game that was much more than a hockey game. It meant more to Canadians, that it really demonstrated that our sovereignty was as Canadian citizens was at risk, and these comments from the United States is certainly a threat to many Canadian citizens across this country. So I'll leave it at that. I just want to thank you all for attending this past Monday and also today in our meetings, in our deliberations, especially in these very changing and difficult times that are out of our control. But what we do have in control is our behavior and our actions. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Cleveland Regional Chief, I'll invite Mark Podlaski from the First Nations Major Projects Coalition to provide further comment or update.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Chiefs, for inviting me today. And to Chief Terry Teegee, he gave a very good overview of the challenges that we're facing, not only as a country, but as Indigenous people across the country. I'm a member of Cooks Ferry Indian Band in Spencer's Bridge, and I'm also the CEO of the First Nations Major Projects Coalition. And I also serve on that committee, the task force with Premier Eby. I'm also a board member at CIBC, the bank, and at Hydro One, which is the electric transmission utility on Ontario. And everything that Chief Teegee, his regional Chief Teegee, has told you is true. The challenge right now with what's going on in the United States is it's evolving by the minute. Donald Trump loves to get on social media and tweet something out. And as you see, the world jumps because it goes everything from not only attacking Canada, but comments about clearing out Gaza in the Middle East, or calling down people who have anything to say against what he's trying to do. The threat to Canada, though, is real, and you heard that from Regional Chief. The question now about when has this happened before? This has happened before, but you have to go back to 1812. It was the War of 1812 when the Americans actually did invade what was then Canada. And who defended Canada at that point? It was the First Nations of the Ontario, which is now Ontario, but that area of the country. First Nations at that point were called on to defend the British territories, and we did it. And there are plenty of stories in history where that came. This is a repeat of that. We have had the Prime Minister come to our leaders asking that First Nations become involved in protecting the sovereignty of Canada, which is ironic because we've always been defending our own self-interest and self-sovereignty. Now they were being asked to defend Canada's interest. The Americans are, Donald Trump is anyway, serious about wanting to undermine our economic viability as a country. He's been quite out front on that, calling us the 51st state. He's actually said he's going to pressure us economically to a union. So we have a lot of issues to face, not only as a country, but as First Nations in a repeat of the War of 1812, to stand and make decisions based on our values and how Canada collectively is going to face this. At the coalition, we've had a lot of work on what comes next. Regional Chief pointed out quite easily, the main challenge that's going to come to our nations right off the bat are those nations who have economic interests in exporting. So that may be, as he mentioned, those involved in timber tenure, those involved in agriculture, those involved in selling those products into the United States. That's going to be the first hit, which is already happening. The second thing that's going to come is that if these Trump tariffs do go ahead, the chances are that our dollar will drop. And at that point, that makes imports more expensive. That's going to hit our people who are trying to buy anything that's made outside of the country. And we depend on a lot of things, everything from vehicles to foods to clothing to costs of anything has the potential now of rising. The thing I want to point out here, and it's not a silver lining, but it is an opportunity now for the country to realize that we as Indigenous people under UNDRIP and the right of consent are valuable partners in getting anything built to export to other places than the United States. You're starting to see some politicians and some industry folks saying, oh no, we just need to build these things, new pipelines, new shipping facilities. We just got to get things going. Indigenous people just need to get out of the way because it's a national emergency. Our position at the coalition for our members is, yes, it is a national emergency, but even if you go ahead and bulldoze us out of the way, you're going to have trouble raising capital because investors still want to see that good is being done with their investment. You're going to have the same pressures from international buyers who will not stand by and have Indigenous people just pushed out of the way in a repeat of what's happened over the past century and a half. So we as opportunities, Indigenous people, have the opportunity now to make these projects that we find acceptable faster, better, stronger, on the markets through regulatory process if we choose to partner. The coalition was founded to ensure that Indigenous people's rights show up in projects and that Indigenous people have equity ownership in the projects to benefit, not just from the building and constructing of them, but the operation. So we have this opportunity now, if we choose, to partner with those projects that we find acceptable to help Canada pivot away from the United States. You do see some comments now about provinces. It was in this paper this morning it came up, is the province of Saskatchewan has pre-approved all pipelines across the province. But there's no mention of First Nations in there. And they will not be able to do that without nations. So we, as the First Peoples, have an opportunity now to change the direction of where this country is going to go next. So I'm happy to answer questions. Regional Chief was excellent in what he presented. A lot of the points I was going, I said, yeah, I was going to say that. I was going to say that. So the big challenge for us now as Indigenous people is how do we want to position ourselves in this repeat of what was the War of 1812 and is now basically the economic war of 2025 in a way that ensures that our people benefit from any decisions that are being made, to ensure that we are not pushed out of the way, and to ensure that our people have the same economic benefits as the rest of the country in the new Canada. We are facing a threat to our independence as a nation. And we, as the First People, Indigenous people across British Columbia and Canada, now are in a position to drive a very different outcome if we decide that we want to participate in what comes next in the new Canada. I have other comments to make, but they're going to basically repeat what Regional Chief said. The task force that he mentioned, put together by Premier Eby, are the leaders, the economic leaders of British Columbia. You can start to see now in them their desire to make sure that we have a future the way we don't face this again. 70% of Canada's exports go to the United States, and we can't rely on them anymore. We just can't. So what kind of future do we want to have? How do we exercise our rights in a manner now that builds a country that includes us at the base, not as an afterthought?
Lieutenant Mark. And thank you for the detailed update report on what we're facing and being challenged in regards to tariffs. The impacts of them tariffs that are out there right now will be felt by all of us, locally, regionally, nationally, and internationally. And it is really important for us to be united and included on these important decisions, discussions that are happening around the country. Further to that, we have a resolution on the floor related to this update, which Regional Chief and Mark can take questions after I review the therefores in the resolution, and it's draft resolution number 4. Call for First Nations rights and title to be upheld in Canada, U.S. trade considerations and countermeasures. And I'll go right to the therefore be resolved. 1, the BC Chiefs and Assembly affirms First Nations inherent, unextinguished, and unceded title and rights are inclusive of social and economic rights, rights of self-government, and jurisdictional authority to conduct commerce both domestically and internationally, and freely enjoy all benefits derived from our lands and resources. 2, the BC Chiefs and Assembly calls on the Government of BC to seek and secure free, prior, and informed consent, FPIC, from impacted First Nations before moving forward with the planned 18 fast-track resource projects in BC, ensuring First Nations rights, title, and economic interests are upheld. 3, the BC Chiefs and Assembly calls on the Government of British Columbia to pause any proposed legislation that would expand the powers of the BC Energy Regulator to fast-track energy infrastructure projects, ensuring that First Nations rights, title, and jurisdiction over their lands and resources are upheld through full consultation and free, prior, and informed consent. 4, the BC Chiefs and Assembly directs the Regional Chief, working with the First Nations Summit, FNS, and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, UBCIC, as the First Nations Leadership Council, to strengthen relationship with tribes in the U.S., including enhancing intertribal trade mechanisms that respect First Nations sovereignty and governance. 5, the BC Chiefs and Assembly direct the Regional Chief, working with the First Nations Summit, FNS, and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, UBCIC, as the First Nations Leadership Council, to call on the governments of BC and Canada to uphold First Nations rights in all trade negotiations, countermeasures, and economic relief policies, ensuring First Nations are full participants in domestic and international trade discussions, free trade agreements, and economic development initiatives. And 6, the BC Chiefs and Assembly direct the Regional Chief, working with the First Nations Summit, FNS, and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, UBCIC, as the First Nations Leadership Council, to call on the governments of BC and Canada to provide adequate resources to First Nations governments and organizations in BC to increase capacity to participate, engage, and consult on trade considerations. For resolution number 4, I will be looking for a mover and a seconder.
I'll move. Be Ron Phillips.
Chief James will move.
We didn't catch the mover.
Ron Phillips, Cookby.
Chief James.
Cookby.
Rhonda Phillips.
Okay, Rhonda Phillips. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moved by Cookby Rhonda Phillips, seconded by Chief James Hobart. Any questions, comments on the resolution? I will acknowledge Dan Manuel and then Don Harris. Chief Dan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the Regional Chief TG and Mark for the update and the discussion. I wasn't able to make the session the other day. However, I have been having ongoing discussion on different files with the province and Canada related to the concerns that have been raised and expressed here. I'm a bit concerned about a few things in the resolution and would seek some friendly amendments in a few spots. I'm not sure in the second, therefore be it resolved. There are First Nations, including Upper Nicola Band, who are pursuing opportunities on projects. We haven't reached agreement or consensus with government on what our particular project, how we will advance it. However, we are advancing a position with government around that work. This, I think, puts the Assembly in opposition to its own members. So I would seek some sort of either deletion of this particular clause or some wordsmithing. And that would include the number 3 as well. Just again, because I think the intention here is that the government has obviously is attempting to alleviate some pressures that are coming from political issues globally and changes in global economic situations, which are quickly almost daily changing, I guess, for lack of a better phrase. So I think we need to be careful about how we are phrasing the language here. That would be in number 2 and 3, and then in number 5, I believe it was. I would like to suggest that the language under governments of BC and Canada to uphold First Nations rights. We should be participating. At the National UNDA Forum, the AFN Forum a couple of weeks ago, I specifically called out Premier Eby and the fact that there's a lot of talk that's going on, but there's not a lot of on-the-ground change or action that's occurring in relation to our free, prior, and informed consent. The only way that Canada and the province can ensure itself that they have achieved that is individually through our communities. That that free, prior, and informed consent cannot be gained by participation of the First Nations Leadership Council. It needs to be full participation of impacted and affected First Nations, and our governments need to be involved in, again, if they really want to live up to the words that they're speaking, then they will make an effort to actually come to a participatory process for individual First Nations who wish to participate, as opposed to making broad public statements, to both natives and non-natives that First Nations are participating. And that's exactly what the Premier said at the UNDA forum. He said First Nations were participating in the tariff response, but I saw no First Nations participating. I saw the First Nations Leadership Council participating. So we need to be clear on the language that if the First Nations Leadership Council is going to be providing that out for the province to be able to say that First Nations participated, it should be clear in these resolutions that that's not the case. As far as the rest goes, I think those would be my main points. If we could get some clarity on those, I'd be
Cleveland Chief,
happy to support.
based on your recommendations and thoughts on the resolution, we have changed and added some words to give a clearer description on what we're wanting to do. There was a recommendation from Chief Dan to remove number 2. Would that be in favor by the seconder?
Absolutely.
And the other recommendation that was made was in number 3. The BC and Chiefs Assembly call on the government of British Columbia to reconsider any proposed legislation that would expand the powers of the BC Energy Regulator to fast-track energy infrastructure projects, ensuring that First Nations rights, title, and jurisdiction
Go back to
over their lands and resources are upheld through the full consultation and prior informed consent. And number 4, there was an addition of foreign First Nations sovereignty and governance.
As a seconder, I really think that informed prior consent needs to stay in there.
It was recommended by the seconder that number 2 stay in there. Chief Dan?
Sure. I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm having trouble with my audio and camera. This is Goodby Rhonda, and I'm moved. I would like to see that maybe there's some different wording that is added for number 2, but I think it's important that we keep in there about securing that free, prior, informed consent. So I don't know if there's any suggestive wording that Chief Dan might have to include that, because there are some nations who are being bypassed and FPIC is not being followed. And maybe it's just only for certain nations that they follow that with, but certainly for Petsuth First Nation, our free, prior, and informed consent is not taken into consideration. So I would appreciate maybe if you could provide some suggestive wordings, but I think it's important to keep that in there.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Chief.
Thank you. And I know that this is a part of the problem that the province is creating here with their process. And this is what I had advised them, is that they're trying to lump projects together in a way that, they're putting apples and oranges and trying to sell it as cantaloupes, whatever. Here, these 18 projects that are referred to in this resolution, in this particular clause, they're at different levels. And that's all I'm saying is we like at Upper Nicola, we've been working with development of clean energy for a long time. The particular project that we're advancing under this last clean call and are working with a partner to construct has undergone thorough community discussion and review. And if we start to, if what this resolution is saying, as it's read literally, then it means that you're calling on the government not to move forward with our project. So all I'm saying is that somehow it's got to be able to, and I've said to government, they should just get out of the way and allow us to be the ones to decide which projects are going to move forward on our lands.
Mm.
And then they bring up the other excuses of overlap and we all know where that gets us. So I guess if it needs to stay, then I think it just says
Would it be to remove that part where it says before
The
moving forward? Yeah, with the 18, like to remove.
yeah, I would say could we remove the before moving forward with the planned 18 fast-track resource projects?
Taking out before moving forward.
Ensuring First Nations rights, petals, and economic interests are upheld.
So a portion of that was taking out, and now it says BC to seek and secure free, prior, informed consent if picked from impacted First Nations, ensuring First Nations rights, title, and economic interests are upheld. Chief Rhonda? Okay. Before I go to you, Chief Rhonda, I'll go to acknowledge Chief Don Harris.
Yes, I do support standing at the province side and addressing some of these issues. But one of the things that we also need to look at is that, for us that have been involved in ECDEV over the years, we've been continuously battling the province on their policies. When we get established, we are subjected to unfair regulations or practices that hinder us being able to achieve as easily as other companies in the industry. We have tied, like for instance, my community, along with two of my neighboring communities, are involved in the logging business, and we do face unfair practices that cause us to pay more for operations than other companies. And that's just something that we are tied to tidal waters, even though we're a remote community in the middle of the mountains, and are unable to move forward because we can only move move logs 2 months out of the year. But the rest of the year we're tied to tidal water, so that eliminates a lot of these other allowances that other logging companies get to ensure that they can effectively do their operations. I do have a meeting coming up next week in regards to that. But when we're talking about free, prior, and informed consent, if they're going to try and fast track these projects, what is it going to create under their policies? We haven't seen the full effect of the Water Sustainability Act yet. That has created a revenue share, same as in the forest industry. And when they create the revenue shares, it creates the opportunity for communities to extend their territories to take advantage of the revenue share. And the requirement of claiming a revenue share is claiming territory that's not yours. The Water Sustainability Act has added groundwater fees in the province, and they're currently still trying to collect these fees from a lot of industries or farm and ranches or whatever. But once that is settled, all those fees do fall under the revenue share under the Water Sustainability Act, and that will create more opportunities for communities to extend their territories to take advantage of collecting those. And a formula is so vague for some of the communities that do claim. They get next to nothing. But what it does is it hinders free, prior, and informed consent by giving more communities that have claimed somebody's territory the ability to make that decision. I've got a community that is so far away that they probably get $100 a year for claiming a revenue share. And the formula is based on per capita and proximity. So the bigger your reserve is and the closer you are, the more you get. The smaller your reserve is, and the further away you get, the less you get. And having with energy mines trying to fast track these energy projects, will these formulas start flowing into those policies, and will it create more claims through the revenue share process? I know most of the communities in BC don't experience this, but we've been battling this for years and years. And by moving forward with economic development, we have 11 run-of-the-river projects, and with the amendments to the Water Sustainability Act, 2 of those projects fit under the revenue share formula, and it has created the opportunity for communities from our neighboring nation to further extend their territories for that revenue share. We were already battling with the FCRSAs that many communities claim revenue from the fiber, and to get that, they have the more territory they claim, the more revenues they get.
Yes, thank you, Chief.
Yeah, so that is, I don't know if it would create any change in this, but I think that's other work that we need to do.
Yes.
To address, especially the free, prior, and informed consent. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chief. We acknowledge that, there's a lot of work that needs to happen concurrently with the discussions that we're having right now. I'll look to the mover and seconder. We've taken out of the resolution in number 2 reference to the 18 resource projects. In number 3, we've added a word at the end of number 3, and informed consent, or to reconsider, instead of proposed, to reconsider. And in number 4, First Nation sovereignty and governance. Looking to the mover and seconder if this is okay with you.
there was still sorry, this is good. Rhonda, thank you, Chair. There's still some wordsmithing we need to do around number 2. Because it does it sounds funny when you do read it out completely. And I see that there's some comments in the chat about some wording, possible wording. I don't know, I wish we had a wordsmith there, but maybe it could read, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly calls on the government of BC to seek and secure free, prior, and informed consent from impacted First Nations that have fast track projects in their territory that have not yet undergone proper consultation.
Thank you, Chief. I'll go to Chief James and then acknowledge Chief Dan Manuel.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, you know, when you first asked about removing number 2, I thought you were talking about removing the 18 and not 2 in its entirety. That kind of confused me after when I realized that that's what people were saying. So I also saw in the chat that somebody had said remove the word impacted because that leads to defining the impact prior to engaging those First Nations whose territories the activity is in, and suggests to replace the word impact from each First Nation. I like the way that's flows, but also I see Chief Beverly Ketlow was saying take 18 out and instead of 18 put any, and I think there could be some other wording around their definition of sustainability or sustainable or put in their sustainable I guess what they're talking about right now is resources, right? Resource or projects, sustainable projects, because I think that they're focusing on the real quick ones, but there is some sustainable projects in the province that are going to be, for us First Nations will lead us into the next decades, further ahead if we're not looking at the resources that are being stripped as as the first 18 out of the box, because there are other things that we could be doing with ecotourism and stuff like that if we maintain our focus in one direction. But as for now, I'm okay with the resolutions, the way the transition read, and even with the movers recommendations as well. So I'll let you go back to the discussion.
Dreamland, James. Final comment from Chief Dan.
Yeah, I'm okay with with that. I just wanted to say maybe the inclusion should, because we're focusing on fast track projects, right? And this is their lingo and this is their thing, right? And this is supposedly in response to the threats that are coming from the United States.
Yes.
So they're saying, can we, and I mean, I don't mean to belabor the point, but to me, the projects that they've said are fast tracked, we had no First Nations had any input. It was the provincial government that just decided, over the course of a couple of weeks following their re-election and the appointment of Minister Dix, that the quickest way to get these projects to market was to limit the amount of permitting processes that these projects were going to be subject to. Has been intensified now. These projects, some of them, and again, I know that some of them may not have, they put wind projects in with mining projects and pipeline projects now. So there's big differences between the environmental impacts of these projects, right? So that's all I was asking for, is that we try not to lump them all as if they're equitable, because on the on the impact side, there are differences as well as on the actual development and consultation work that's occurred at the community levels on some of these projects, and obviously not all of them from the discussion we're having here today. That's all I'm requesting, is that it not be not capture stuff that it's not intended to. And if we get back to that language, I guess that's kind of where I'm having a problem.
We acknowledge and hear your concern there, Chief. And us all keeping in mind that we're dealing with an issue that's of critical importance right now, and that has to do with the relationships between Canada and the United States on tariffs. And there's a lot of other work that needs to happen. With the team here, we've, and listening to the comments, made changes to number 2. The BC Chiefs and Assembly calls on the government of BC to seek and secure free, prior, and informed consent from First Nations that have fast-track projects in their territory, ensuring First Nations rights, title, and economic interests are upheld. It is a little clearer than the original resolution, and looking for approval from the mover and seconder to move ahead.
Chief James, yes.
Chief James, yes.
Trustee Ronda, yes.
Neemlint. We'll end discussion there. There's a lot going on, and I really do appreciate the comments and recommendations coming from the floor from you, the chiefs. And with that, I call question. Question has been called. All opposed? No opposed, abstentions? Resolution carried. Thank you. Thank you, Limland. And thank you, Regional Chief, and for leading us in that discussion. Next, we'll go to the Economic Development Center of Excellence report. I'd like to invite Deputy Chief Harlan and Sophia Sarah to present.
All right, good morning or afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Chair. Again, everybody, it's an honor to be able to present here at the SCA for the BCAFN, among the chiefs here in person and for all the chiefs online. So I'll give a brief update of what we've been working on. I'd like to make mention that with the recent challenges that we've had south of the border, we've actually had to stop and pivot and move with everything that's coming. As Mark Podlaski said, it evolves by the minute as the president likes to make comments, and it makes a shift in absolutely everything we do. So again, for those that don't know me, my name is Harlan Schilling. I'm the Deputy Chief for Daily Lieutenant Council, and also for the last year I've had the honor of working with the BCFN in the Center of Excellence of Economic Development. So a little bit of a background: we were established in the fall of 2023 through the BCFN Chief and Assembly by resolution. So the mandate is to dedicate to promote economic reconciliation, growth, and self-determination. First Nations-led institutions supporting economic development across all sectors, upholding BC First Nations inherent rights and title. So again, very proud that that last past resolution was just passed. And then advancing economic and financial independence for First Nations within British Columbia. So some of the recent accomplishments, again, it's been really busy for the last couple of months. So we've been in collaboration with JEDI, that's the Ministry of Jobs, Economics, Diversification, and Innovation. We have completed our service delivery model that we've been working on for the last 6 months. they have sent the request directly to the Treasury Board to provide funding in the anticipation of funding from Pacific Hand. So throughout the last year, we've been pretty active in securing secondary funding to ensure the work that gets completed that we need in the province. International engagement. So again, as a board of director, I was able to attend a trade mission with Minister Wilkinson, who is the Minister of Natural Resources, and secondary with Minister Wilson with the Ministry of Forestry. So we had started the talks about a workspace on the international level for Indigenous groups like the BCFN, First Nations Energy Mining Council, with Lenny's group with the First Nation Forestry Council. I'm very proud to say they actually got back to us today to look to set up meetings next week on securing that space to ensure that, again, rights and title and talks and partnerships that are formed on the international level is a space for us as Indigenous people to ensure that we are the first partnership on the international stage. Enhancing engagement, so active participation in the BC Natural Resources Forum. Again, great open space to talk about some of the needs, wants, and the realities that we have in the natural resources space within British Columbia. Working with the policy development, collaboration with Sarah and her ECDEV team with the BCFN. Again, proactive response to research and support regarding the potential US tariffs. So again, I think every single organization, Indigenous organization, First Nation organization within Canada and the province is working and looking at what is the most up-to-date information and realities that are going to be facing us as Indigenous leaders for our community. So again, very proud to see Mark and his team presenting with Regional Chief Terry Teegee that at every single level, we have teams looking at what are the resources that are going to be readily available for us and for our members when things are going to get rough. Community outreach. So again, the direct support to northern and isolated communities for governance, policy, and strategic planning. That's, again, something that's continuing ongoing. So again, with the last 6 months, really heavily working with a service delivery model. Again, we just finalized it in this past month. So we're looking at phased implementation and approach for scalable and sustainable services, outcomes-based pathway for clear success metrics, complements existing services delivered by First Nation organizations, and provides a basis for future funding discussions with federal and provincial governments. So that's one of the things that I really hope that the Center of Excellence is able to help in the coming months, is to maximizing the capacity that's within each community to ensure that the funding that is already out there for First Nations in British Columbia, that every dollar gets spent and it actually gets to the communities that need it the most. So again, going into our 5 key service streams, policy collaboration. So this is embedding First Nations perspectives in economic strategies and policies. Again, a lot of this great work that's already been there has been done or already figured out within some of our neighboring First Nations. So again, having that kind of work into our best practices policy work that we're doing. Second, convening and fostering connection, creating meaningful dialogue between First Nations, government, and industry. Again, with the tariff talks that are coming, I think one of the greatest strengths that we have is each other. Our people are resilient and are strong, and we've lived in the economic development world our entire lives for hundreds and hundreds of years. So again, I'm really going to be emphasizing on that, leaning to your neighbor and supporting what you have and supporting those who do not have. So pathfinding and market navigation, helping First Nations businesses access resources, capital, and new markets. And again, this is a partnership or working relationship with the different First Nation organizations that are out there, doing, I think, something that we haven't necessarily done exclusively like this before, is uplifting the organizations that are already doing the work. Again, with the tariff talks and then our ever-changing navigation of the economic development world that we live in, that's going to be extremely important. Business development and strategy planning, providing tools for long-term growth and scalability. And then again, working with our other organizations, this is market analysts, delivering data-driven insights for informed decision-making. So again, making sure that chiefs in assembly, all 204 First Nations have the right information right there in front of them. So next is the services we are providing. So this again is coming in the next couple of months. Treasury Board sits next week in the Ledge. So again, we're hoping for some really good news so we can actually kick this off and get our boots on the ground and helping with some of these services that we're looking to provide. So no cost to nations consulting for strategic business planning. Again, working as a chief in the North, consultants kind of drain us dry everywhere. And again, for the most simple and basic proposals to be written. So again, we're hoping that the COE can be a service to the First Nations, again, that know what they want and know the funding's out there to be able to help them provide that funding writing skills at no cost. Governance support for development corporations, market opportunity identification and business networking. Again, back to the tariff talk, this is, we've got to start working together and sharing the market. Again, I think more than ever. Access to affordable market capital. And again, going back to number one, working with grants and funding navigation assistance. Business directory development, again, getting our development corporations more entwined and working together. And then do an annual First Nations Economic Development Forum with Sarah and the BCFN on her team. So with the Northern region focus, so again, working with JEDI, the Ministry of Mer, and some of the First Nations in the North, this is where we're seeing like the biggest economic gap where we can help and uplift some of these First Nations. So we have an initial 8 First Nations that we're hoping to, again, connect them with each other, and then taking a look at the economic landscape that is best to suit them best for every day. So Lower Post, Fort Nelson, Burns Lake, Quadacha, Catsalis, and then other based communities is going to be based on our capacity. So again, tailored for support for strategic planning, governance, asset mapping, and investment opportunities. And then regional economic development specialists providing direct assistance. So again, with this pivotal change, we're hoping to add to the team if the funding is out there for the COE to get boots on the ground for the communities that need it the most. So looking ahead, again, expanding partnerships and enhancing services, implementing the COE service delivery model with key stakeholders, advancing initiatives for economic reconciliation and sustainability, enhancing communications and digital presence, and extending outreach to more communities across British Columbia. Again, I think once we get all the communities onto the same level playing field, our networking and the way we work together will become more natural. So again, securing adequate funding to deliver our services without interruption. So one of these things, again, is the services that we wish to be providing to these communities are not going to be coming out of the community, the First Nations funds on their own. Again, should be a fund that is sourced from the province, making sure that we all move equally in the economic world. So I know that was a lot of information. Again, our email contacts on the website. Looking forward to the next few months. And again, working with Major Projects Coalition, seeing what they're doing, First Nations Energy and Mining Council, First Nations Forestry Council. All these organizations are grabbing the most up-to-date current information so we can share it throughout the province to ensure that us as chiefs are making the right decisions for our people. It's been a very, again, busy couple of weeks with everything going. So again, I'd like to thank Sarah and her team, the whole BCFN staff. Everything that Trump has been doing in the last few months affects every single industry. Housing, justice, social, it affects everything. So, and then as Mark had said, having that change by the minute is pretty exciting to have RC and his team being able to stand and pivot fast when we need to. So that's it for me. We'll have questions after Sarah's presentation. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm just waiting for my presentation to come up. Give me one moment.
Okay, it's my pleasure to provide a brief economic development update on the work that we've been doing since the AGM in October, sorry. So coming to you today from unceded Squamish, Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh Territory, very grateful. Sorry, so I want to give you guys a quick overview of some of the external work that we've been doing at BCAFN. So we sit as observers on the Indigenous Advisory Council on Agriculture and Food. I've sat on the Indigenous Working Group on Trade for the last year, as well as the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group on the Canada-Ecuador Free Trade Agreement. We have a trade bilateral table with the Ministry of Jobs, Economic Development and Innovation. We continue to engage with our National Assembly through the Chiefs Committee on Economic Development. As I also sit on the Indigenous Procurement Initiative External Advisory Council, which is looking to ensure that First Nation citizens have equal rights and opportunities to access not just BC bid opportunities, but across the gamut of provincial procurement opportunities. I wanted to give an update on where we are when we were working towards First Nations food sovereignty as mandated by the Chiefs and Assembly at our last Assembly. We're looking for funding. I'm so sorry, it's a little bit blurry. So we're trying to action resolution 27, 2024, addressing First Nations food insecurity and advancing food sovereignty. We're looking to for support to fund the multilateral table with FNLC organizations, First Nations community representatives, and other special interest groups. This has gone through Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. Thank you. Thank you to James. To allow us to move forward and have this fully funded so that people can work together, come together in a good way, and have their travel as well as honoraria covered to ensure full broad participation without barriers for First Nations citizens in BC. So we've been working pretty extensively on trade, as I'm sure you guys all heard. We just had a resolution to this effect. We've been working maybe for the last 3 years more in this space, but it's definitely picked up this year. And now, of course, with the tariffs and the ongoing considerations, we've really picked up our pace on this portfolio. So we're looking to co-develop trade programs. You can see here Regional Chief TG at the 8th CPTPP Commission happening in Vancouver this year. We also were awarded $238,500 from Global Affairs Canada earlier this year to work towards taking our own trade mission, BC First Nations led, developed and delegated trade mission to Aotearoa, New Zealand. Part of the overall proposal also includes 4 trips for BC First Nations leaders to travel to Aotearoa, New Zealand, and connect with the Federation of Maori authorities, as well as to bring them here on 4 trips. I should be more clear. It's not 4 trips, it's 4 spots. To ensure that we're having a more deep and meaningful relationship with our colleagues in Aotearoa. If you would like to see more information on that, there is also a briefing note in your kit that explores that a little bit further, and you can also reach out to me if you have any questions. Our current timeline is running from April 1st this year until July 31st of 2026. So we'll be looking to take the mission early spring 2026. Oh, my apologies, I skipped my slide. Then we look at what we're doing for project deliverables, not only hosting our Maori representatives in Canada, we're also looking to create a final report summarizing our findings and recommendations on future trade missions, as well as how First Nations businesses and communities in BC can connect with our colleagues in Aotearoa, as well as continue not just the relationships that we develop, but also develop some metrics around what trade relationships have been built out of the trip, and how we will assess those outcomes and how we can pivot in the future to ensure greater success. So we're looking to advocate for First Nations inclusion as well in the Canada's Indo-Pacific Economic Policy and Trade Agreements. If you guys have not been following this piece, Canada's Indo-Pacific Strategy was launched in 2022. It is the largest market of opportunity, in my opinion, as we kind of
trim our sails and look away from the US market, on which we're heavily reliant. The Indo-Pacific will be 50% of the world's GDP by 2040 at their current rate of growth. It encompasses 40 countries. And like I said, there is more information in your kit if you'd like to know more, and we'll also have a little bit more information coming up at our Economic Development Forum. So I take this brief opportunity to speak to we just had an event on Monday, which was the All Chiefs Forum on US trade tariffs. Excellent. Thank you so much to all the chiefs and leaders who took time out of their day to attend, to give us their feedback, share their valuable knowledge with us and their concerns. Our Economic Development Forum is live. It's happening 3 weeks from today in beautiful Victoria, BC. So we hope that you can be with us. We're keeping it brief today because I know we have a very limited amount of time, but we'll open it up for questions now. Thank you.
Leland, Deputy Chief, and Sarah, for the update. Economic development is so important, and I know that each and every community throughout the province is at some stage of looking at ways to create wealth, and I thank you for your report today. Are there any questions or comments from leadership? I see none. Okay, Regional Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chief Harlan-Schilling and Sarah, for all the work that you're doing in terms of economics. And certainly some of the work that has been done is on our website. Much of what we are discussing about economic development, whether it's wellness index, we're going to be doing a project on gross domestic product of First Nations here in British Columbia. It's going to be coming amongst other reports, food security, food sovereignty in the past. You can find it all on our website. It's really, I think, at this point in time, as we see these challenges that we're having with the United States, that it makes economic development and our involvement more on the spotlight. So certainly, thank you for the good work. And I know we got Minister Boyle coming up soon, or is she in the room? But nevertheless, thank you for the good work. Merci.
Lieutenant Regional Chief. And Lieutenant, to our two presenters. We will continue on with our agenda. We still got a lot to do before the day comes to an end. I'm going to see if I can ask our youth rep if she can come on a little later. She never finished her report this morning, and she's been waiting patiently to share some of the most important news and updates that she had that she couldn't get in this morning. So we'll give her a few minutes at the end of the day. We'll now turn to our 2:30 agenda item. And transfer and listen to and hear from Jessica Berglund, the Chief Civilian Director of the Independent Investigations Office. I see she's online, and I welcome you, Jessica.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to attend your meeting today. I would like to acknowledge that I am joining you today from my office on the traditional and ancestral territory of the Coast Salish, Katsi, Tawasin, Stolo, Kwantlen, and Staminas nations out here in Surrey, BC. So, and I acknowledge the territories that each of you are speaking from and attending from today. So I want to tell you a little bit about myself. I've been in the role as the Chief Civilian Director of the Independent Investigations Office since September of last year. Prior to that, I spent 21 years at WorkSafe BC, most recently being in charge of the Fatal and Serious Injury Investigations Group at WorkSafe BC. But before that, I was born in British Columbia. My parents were settlers from Europe and came here in the 1960s from Sweden and bought a ranch in the Nicola Valley. I spent my elementary school years at Nicola Lake Elementary with the majority of students in my class being from the Upper Nicola Indian Band. So I had the privilege, and I would say just the experience that many other settler children have not had, of really growing up with Indigenous culture and peoples around me. And I've always been very grateful and see that as a pretty critical piece of my upbringing. I had the additional privilege of spending a lot of my childhood with a woman named Pearl Clayton, who some of you may know. She was born in 1916 in Upper Nicola, and she worked for my parents on our ranch for a number of years, and also often cared for my brother and me. She went on to be a founder of the Nicola Valley Native Community Society and the Nicola Valley Counseling Center. She was a wonderful woman, and I saw her over the years after I had left Merritt and was off at university. And I know she died a number of years ago, but still see her as a real important part of my childhood. So with that, I feel very privileged to be in a role in British Columbia where, as much as I'm able, I can help to further the principles of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and DRIPA. And I know I have possibly limited capacity to do that, but I am here to do my best and represent as well as I can the important work that my agency does. Now, are you okay if I don't go through my PowerPoint and then I send it to you afterwards? Can you let me know your preference? Because to be honest, on Zoom, I have a bit of challenge finding the PowerPoint.
That's fine, Jessica.
Okay, but I will send you the slides afterwards. So I just want to spend a few minutes just talking about who we are as an agency, what we do, where we come from, a little bit about our ethnicity data, what we're working on to improve, and how and when people can contact the Independent Investigations Office. So for those of you who don't know much about the IAO, we are mandated under the Police Act to investigate police-involved incidents that result in serious harm or death. Serious harm has a fairly narrow definition in the Police Act. It includes an injury that might result in death, may cause serious disfigurement, or that may cause substantial loss or impairment or mobility of the body as a whole or of the function of any limb or organ. So we have, like I say, a narrow mandate that really looks at police-involved action or inaction that resulted in physical injury or death. And one of the challenges that many of you are aware of is the difficulty of working outside of that mandate. There are I'd like to be able to go much further in my decisions, particularly in the areas of systemic discrimination. I'm still trying to find my way on how I can do that, because I think that is important. I find it hard to look just at the what happened in an incident without looking at those broader historical and societal issues. So going forward, I'd be very happy. And I've talked with Dr. Judith Sayers on a few occasions about this, like how do I bring that into my decision-making without going outside of my mandate. Our investigators, we've got about 45 investigators, and they come from a variety of investigative backgrounds. So some are from law enforcement, but others come from animal cruelty investigations, coroner service, fraud and banking investigations, and so on. The agency is always led by a chief civilian director who can never have been a police officer. This ensures that we really are truly independent from law enforcement. In terms of our team, and I get asked this question quite a bit, how many Indigenous investigators do we actually have who are out investigating? So we don't require employees to identify, but we have 2 investigators who have chosen to self-identify as Indigenous. And we also have a community program officer from the Kwantlen First Nation who is Indigenous and who assists us with particularly in our investigations involving Indigenous communities, with just making sure that we are approaching those investigations in the best possible way. So As some of you or many of you may know, we have been around since 2012. We were created in response to recommendations from inquiries into the deaths of Frank Paul in 1998. And again, I'm sure many of you remember that tragic case, as well as Robert Jasansky in 2007 at the Vancouver International Airport. There were subsequent commissions, the Davies and Braidwood commissions, and they both recommended the creation of an independent agency. And that is consistent with agencies that exist in other parts of Canada, such as Ontario, the Maritimes, Quebec, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta. So in our last fiscal year, so our current fiscal year hasn't ended, but in the previous fiscal year, we did do our best to identify ethnicity data for the affected persons on our files. So of the 170 individuals in British Columbia who had who were affected through their interactions with the police in terms of suffering serious injury or unfortunately death, we have data for 138 of those. And the three largest ethnic groups were white, 51%, Indigenous was 14%, and South Asian was 8%. And that, of course, is concerning given the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in those encounters with police. And it just continues to reflect the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in the justice system and in interactions with police. I can say that I am really happy and pleased with all the great work that the FNJC has been doing. And we are starting to see some of the first referrals coming directly from some of the First Nations justice centers to us directly. And I'm pleased to see that FNJC is able to provide support for individuals who might otherwise not feel like they could come forward with a complaint. So I hope to continue to see those come in, because I think that's a really important role for the FNJC and the justice centers to be providing that support to individuals. So what are we trying to do to improve our approach? I think historically, the agency has suffered from a lack of understanding or knowledge of the Indigenous peoples of BC, as well as lack of any knowledge of Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommendations or the missing and murdered Indigenous women. And what I'm hopeful about is that we are continuing to ensure that our people have training in the history of BC and Canadian Indigenous peoples. Again, it's an ongoing journey, but I see a change in mindset in some of the younger and newer employees that we have. They are much more open to it. It might be because they actually went through the school system and learned about Indigenous communities, but I'm seeing a shift from possibly some of the more traditional thinking around Indigenous peoples that has existed since I was young. We try to ensure that our meetings with families follow trauma-informed and culturally safe practices. We have been doing quite a bit of outreach across the province with not just police agencies and unions and so on, but also with community groups, as well as Indigenous rights holders groups and Indigenous community groups. And we are continuing to draw attention to our data reflecting an overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples. And that shows up in our annual report every year. We had I think a successful example last fall of unfortunately, an Indigenous individual had died in an encounter with police in northern BC. And our team had gone, the individual did not come from the community where the death occurred. And our investigation our investigative team had traveled to the bigger city and interviewed witnesses and interviewed everyone who was around when the death occurred. But what they had not done is actually take the time to travel the extra distance to the more remote community where that individual was from. So I received good feedback from one of the chiefs who said, your people didn't come and talk to this individual's siblings, his cousins, anyone else in the community. And so we did send our investigators to that smaller community. And my direct instruction to them was, I want you to talk to anyone who wants to talk to you. And it doesn't matter if they have evidence directly related to what happened when the affected person died. I just want you to talk to people who want to talk to you and tell you about this individual, their relationship with him, and what he was like, and just let people talk to you. And the feedback I got was that worked quite well. The investigators spent the day in the community. They had a tour of the community. They shared a meal with the community. And again, I think they came back with a better understanding of the relationships in the community, as well as the importance of not just talking to people who might have direct evidence of what happened, but getting that contextual, historical understanding. We also bring in Indigenous speakers to speak to our investigators when we can. Again, I think we can do more of that, but that's something that we have started to do. I did speak to the First Nations Leadership Council last week, and I heard the feedback, and I completely agree with it, that we can be viewed as an ineffective agency because we have very limited powers of what we can do following the conclusion of a file. Basically, my option is to refer charges against an officer to Crown Counsel, and then Crown Counsel goes through its charge approval process. And I think an opportunity there is missed to look at other ways of doing some kind of restorative justice piece, even in those cases where we don't find that an offense has been committed. So I am always open for feedback or conversation on that in terms of what would your communities like to see, even in those cases where we didn't find that there was grounds to refer to Crown Counsel. So that's all I had to say in terms of a presentation, other than to say that you can always reach out to me to have more conversations with any of you, and I'm happy to meet with you or your communities at any time. But I think I'll turn it over to questions because I know you've got a full agenda, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Liam lived, Joanna. I encourage or ask our chiefs and proxies if they have any questions, comments to share with Jessica. I'll acknowledge Judith.
Thank you, Harvey. Thank you, Chair. Good to see you, Jessica.
You too.
I'm happy to address all of the chiefs today. I just wanted to add a little bit to Jessica's presentation. The BC First Nations Justice Council is working closely with the IIO, the Canadian CCHR, and the oversight, all of the oversight bodies in Canada anyway. They have so many acronyms. And we're looking at ways to improve oversight because we know it's lacking. And, we are working on changing the Police Act. And so we've been developing good relationships and trying to understand each other's mandates. And of course, the mandate at the Justice Council is to improve the system as it now is. And we know that too many of our people are shot and killed or hurt by police, and usually with no consequences. So I think it's important to note, and I'm really happy to see Jessica presenting today because this is a huge area that needs a lot of work. And anyway, so I just wanted to add to that, and thank you for your attention today, and look forward to continuing working with you, Jessica, from the Justice Council level.
Thank you, Judith.
Thank you, Judith. It's good to see you. I acknowledge Chief Leesbahan.
White, Antla, Jawans, Quest, Leaseband, Cookbeavan, Selectcoop. Hello and good afternoon, everyone. Leaseband, Chief Quarterband. Thank you for your presentation, Jessica. I guess some input that I had in regards to the IIO, there was an incident that happened up in Coldwater, and speaking with representatives of the IIO, and one thing that was never thought about was talking to witnesses and their legal rights and trying to get input on what had happened in the incident and trying to inform the members of what rights they have before proceeding to answer any questions to the IIO in the incident. And I think that that is something that really needs to be looked at by the IIO, and to have answers to people who are questioned in such incidents. Because at the time, without having a lawyer beside you, the members didn't know how to feel. And that's something that I feel that the IIO and the RCMP have overlooked. And I think that is a big discussion that needs to be had. And I say this because I was, as a representative and the chief of my band, I had to go talk to my members because of an incident that happened in Coldwater. And without having a legal advisor beside me and talking to my members as well as the IIO about their rights of what happened and how it should, a report should proceed, was kind of confusing. So it should be kind of part of the oversight of how the IIO proceeds in investigations moving forward. So I thought I'd just add my input to that and say what I had to say, because that's what I've seen and that's what I've heard. And I think, it's very important that those discussions need to happen. Gukjam, thank you for giving me the time to speak.
Thank you. And I know the incident you're speaking of, Chief, and thank you for that. I will take that back.
Thank you, Chief Lee. I'll acknowledge Chief Don Harris.
Yes, mine's just a comment on possibly reducing this issue in the future. I know that I don't know what it says today, but I think one of the things we need to do is review or find out what training manuals have in ethnic descriptions. Because I know the old RCMP manual, I think most of the RCMP that have gone through that phase are probably retired now. But the old description of Aboriginals was usually drunk and aggressive, and that was all it said. And so I think that maybe be good to review what the ethnical descriptions are, and not just us, but for everybody, because that plays a big part in how they react when interacting with people, especially in different ethnical groups. So I think a good review of what the ethnical description is today, and maybe a review and changing of what the ethnical description should be. Because again, is that the old RCMP manual used to just had one sentence that Aboriginals were usually drunk and aggressive, and that's how they were treated based on the training. So.
Yeah. Thank you.
Remnant Chief Don. Acknowledge Chief James Howard.
Thank you. Thanks for the report, Jessica. I wanted to just point out a couple things. It seems like I'm a bit surprised that the community engagement was not something that was part of it. I mean, we've seen the Gladue report open eyes to, what's happened in a person's life and when they end up in the court, but also it could help. I'm surprised that it wasn't one of the things that was the first part of your mandate was to go to the community. And but I'm glad that you are including that. The other part is just wondering about jurisdiction. You're saying that's all you can do. I'm wondering if there's anything that we can do or some sort of jurisdiction to where, if we're able to track multiple offenses by a certain, officer or officers, how we can, maybe we're not able to do anything. And I think restorative justice means they have to have an admission of guilt. And
Yeah,
if
I
they
know.
don't want to have, if they don't, sorry, I just don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yeah.
I just, I feel like you're cutting me off. And so I just wanted to say that, if we can find a way, to keep our own tracking, and if you see there's certain other courts around the world that charge, even prime ministers and premiers for different things. If we can figure out a way that we can, through our own system, be able to hold those accountable, even if it's on in spirit, for us to know that we've done something for those people that have passed on or that have been hurt or killed. And then we also know that, in our own way, we can feel somewhat closure maybe. And I just think that might be another way, because you're saying there's no backbone in our teeth. And I understand that. So until we get that, or if we can figure out a way of getting that, I think that without the authority, what we can do is at least get a list together of those that are offending and do something in our own way to find, a way of keeping those people tracked. Cook's Jam.
Thank you. Yes, and sorry, I wasn't cutting you off. I was actually just agreeing with you, and sometimes I agree out loud. So my apologies for that. I agree with everything you say. I am trying to think of what the Police Complaints Commissioner is doing now in terms of publishing their decisions with respect to officers, but I can't speak to that. But I'm just thinking in terms of the names of the officers. That's a separate issue, and of course that only applies to municipal officers in BC, not RCMP. But I would. And on the restorative justice piece, of course, that requires an admission of guilt on the part of those officers. I do wish that there would be then, I guess, almost some to get the police agencies to actually have their members agree that even though there was no offense committed, there is still an opportunity to do some kind of work or healing work with the communities without that admission of guilt. And I'm trying to think there's something there, and you ask what you can do too. I think that is another Police Act reform suggestion. Again, I'm thinking about this. I don't have the answer yet, but it is something that interests me very much. I would love to move ahead so that we actually get an outcome for people, knowing that we can't restore the person whose life was lost, but if we can do some kind of restorative or healing work, I think that'd be very important. To your other point about, you were surprised that we weren't sending our investigators to the communities. Yes, I agree with you. I was surprised at that as well. And that's what I'm saying, is that shift in education of our people to understand that this is not, we're treating these investigations with the respect or the cultural significance that they deserve. And it's not just the same as a Caucasian person being shot by police in the Lower Mainland. It's a different type of investigation. So we continue to work at that, and I'd be welcome to hear from any of you as well about how we can do better at that piece.
Limlin, thank you. We have some guests coming on next. I have a hard stop and start. I have two more individuals to acknowledge. Chief Don.
Thank you, Chair, and hello again, Jessica. I thought I'd try my luck again because the last time I spoke to you, there was an earthquake that happened. So
Yeah.
thank you for joining the Special Chiefs Assembly. Happy to hear your update. Just wanted to, I think, share in this forum some of the difficulties, at least from the First Nations perspective in the IIO and its relevancy to First Nations. And I think I've shared before, and I'll share again, that I think more needs to be done with the limitations and with the authority and the scope of what you're able to do. I think to draw upon change that the realities of systemic racism that exists out throughout the police force, throughout the justice system, limits our ability to access justice. And I think if we are looking to the IIO as a body that could potentially, uphold our human rights and ensure that we have access to justice, and that there is mechanisms in place that I think would make your reports public. And I think having public confidence within the policing system is something I think that has been overlooked. And when we look at whether it be VPD or others taking pictures with dead bodies, it's important that I think some of the findings that you may have be public, and that public confidence is important. But I just wanted to speak to, I think, the systemic racism that exists, and whether it be through the different structures of the IIO, but I think for First Nations who are looking to have justice and to have answers, and to have the limitations that you can't make public, or if there's a community member who wishes to be part of one of the community investigators, or I forget the term.
Oh, the civilian monitors?
Yes, civilian
Yes.
monitors.
Yes, yes.
My hope would be that if a community member or a family were to participate, that they would be able to share some of those findings, and it's just not afforded to them if they so wish to participate. So just looking at the relevancy to First Nations, and I think that whichever recommendations that you are able to make, that you capture, I think, some of the difficulties of, I think, First Nations as we look to the IIO, and hopefully bringing awareness and accountability to, I think, some of the injustices that we experience and continue to live. But I think having it be reformed and through a First Nations lens here in BC specific, I think is important. Thank you, Chair.
Liebland, Chief Don. I'd like to leave the final comments to Regional Chief Terry.
Yeah, thank you, Jessica, and thank you for meeting with us once again. Certainly, I think now is the time that we better understand the powers of the IIO, because quite simply, there's the other issue is the Crown Prosecution Office, as I've stated. With your predecessor, the former Chief Civilian Director, Ronald McDonald, stated that there's a low rates of prosecution, and also low rates of taking many of these cases to court, including my relative, Everett Patrick, where charges were not going ahead by the Crown Prosecution Office. A year ago, the charges in the case of Jared Lowndes, a Wet'suwet'en man who died in custody in Campbell River, decided not to go ahead with charges. They did go ahead with charges in the case of Dale Culver, and yet the courts dismissed 4 of those cases. Out of the 4 police officers, there's still one going ahead, and he's challenging his rights were violated because it took so long to go to court. I think I'm just noting that, the issues, even when we go through the IIO process, it's still up to the Crown Prosecution's Office by the province of British Columbia and Attorney General to go ahead with charges, and there's no semblance of any justice for the families and for people. just wanted to note, just in Canada too, there were 41 deaths in custody in Canada. And we see 9 of those from August to October in Canada from various police forces, RCMP, municipal and provincial police forces. All told, it was out of the 41 last year in 2024, 18 were First Nations and Indigenous people. So very concerning. I think, knowing full well the limitations of what your office, despite the fact that, the office deemed it fit to go ahead with charges, it's still to the Crown Prosecution's office, and the next level is through the courts where we're not seeing justice. And I think, something's wrong here. I think, we need to resolve these issues and not allow these issues not to begin to be unaccounted for. So whether that's police forces utilizing cameras, body-worn cameras, or any other instances that we can keep them accountable, I think that's really important as well. So I'll leave it at that, considering we do have a guest coming. Thank you. Missy.
Thank you, RC, and thank you to all of the leaders that step forward and address concerns and issues in relation to the work that our guest does. And thank you, Jessica, for being here. We
Thank
really
you for inviting me.
appreciate that.
Enjoy the
And
rest
have
of
a
your
really-
meeting. Thank you.
And have a really good afternoon.
You
Thank
too.
you.
Thank you.
Limlet. Well, we're nearing the end of day one, but we still have some agenda items to cover. I have three and a quarter agenda items to address. And our next two guests have strong stops, and I will get right into it. I'd like to give a warm welcome to our newly elected Honorable Christine Boyle, Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, to address the leaders here this afternoon. I've had the opportunity to meet Minister Boyle recently, and I welcome you, Minister Boyle, to come online and share with us. Thank you. Limnet.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful to be joining you today from the territory of the Lekwungen peoples, the Songhees and the Esquimalt nations. And I unfortunately haven't been able to join for the day, but I know a number of other folks from my team have been. I want to start by thanking Knowledge Keepers, Dr. Gwendolyn Point and Sempulan Stuart Gonzalez for the opening blessing and welcome. And also, of course, to thank BC Assembly of First Nations and Regional Chief Terry Teegee for the opportunity and invitation to meet with you all, and to thank the many elders and chiefs and proxies and youth and leadership. It's nice to recognize some familiar faces after our best attended, largest and most engaging First Nations leaders gathering yet. For those I haven't had a chance to meet in person, I thought I would just say a couple, I promise, very brief things about myself. Before being elected to the provincial government and appointed as the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, I spent 6 years in local government at the City of Vancouver, where I was very fortunate to work closely with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations on implementing UNDRIP at the city level and working at a government-to-government table on a strategy and plan to move that forward. Before that local government work, I was in frontline community work in the downtown east side at a low barrier shelter there, as well as a youth and childcare worker and running a community garden and food security programs at an elementary school in East Vancouver that was a majority Indigenous kids and families. I've been really grateful to get to work alongside Indigenous families and leaders for so much of my career, and am incredibly honored to get to be in this role at this important moment and do the work we have ahead together. So earlier this week, I had the opportunity to address the First Nations Leadership Council, all chiefs, on the unprecedented threat of unjustified US tariffs. What is clear is that these tariffs would have devastating impacts for everyone, for families and businesses and workers on both sides of the border. Our economy here in BC is built to withstand this economic threat better than most other provinces, but the impact would still be severe, with billions of dollars and more than 100,000 jobs lost. It amounts to economic warfare. That's certainly the language we're using and the level of concern that we have. And it's why we are working so hard to bring everyone together, First Nations and businesses and industry and labor, in a unified approach to this serious and significant threat. BC has stood up a trade and economic security task force that includes BC's largest business organizations, labor organizations, and the First Nations Leadership Council organizations. We are as focused as before on the work we need to do together in partnership, and this economic strategy is in partnership with Indigenous people. And I'm grateful for the FNLC presence at this table, because if we're going to speed things up, we need to do so in partnership. We need to do that alongside all of you and prioritize Indigenous participation. The shared goal of the task force is bringing forward short and medium and long-term measures to grow and strengthen BC's economy and protect businesses, family, and jobs. And I believe that partnerships are the key, not only to moving forward, but to moving forward faster. And so I'm committed to finding those pathways with you. As minister, my job is to support all of my colleagues to make sure we are doing everything we can to advance reconciliation in British Columbia, a priority that was echoed across the mandate letters of every minister and echoed in the throne speech given by Lieutenant Governor Wendy Kochia last week. It is an all-of-government task, and I hear support for that across my colleagues, and I am constantly making sure that they hear and remember it. This is a critical time for BC as we face new levels of economic and political uncertainty, and it's more important than ever to strengthen our relationships here at home. So my focus is to build partnerships and continue to strengthen partnerships that create tangible benefits for First Nations by working on shared ministry commitments like affordable housing and clean energy, new jobs, and environmental stewardship. Government mandate letters had a clear focus, which was to bring tangible improvements to the quality of life for people across BC, and specifically in my mandate letter, specifically for First Nations communities. As part of my ministerial mandate, I've been asked to review and update the Declaration Act Action Plan in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous people. This is an important piece of our legislative commitments under the DEC Act, the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Act, and it's a meaningful way to hold ourselves accountable to those commitments. The DEC Act Action Plan was released on March 30th, 2022, and was developed, as many folks here know, through 2 years of intensive engagement. The final action plan reflects an incredibly collaborative development process, which helped ensure that the initial plan reflects the priorities of Indigenous people in BC. And so the review and renewal are an opportunity to check our course and lay out the next steps in our collective journey to build a fair and just future, a future where Indigenous rights are recognized and respected. The review of the action plan is built into the Declaration Act legislation. Section 4.3 of the law requires government to review the effectiveness of the Declaration Act action plan, and the renewal of the action plan will be informed by that review. So those are our steps. I'm looking forward to working on them with all of you. It's a significant opportunity to plan where we want to go and how we get there together. As steady progress continues across government to implement the Declaration Act, the Premier has specifically asked me to prioritize one aspect of the action plan, which is Action 1.1. which speaks to the need for mechanisms to support nation and governance building, as well as overlap and boundary resolution. It's early in the conversation of how we move forward on that front, and I recognize that leadership for that work rightfully belongs to First Nations and not to the province. But we are here to be a support in advancing that work. My ministry will also continue to work on treaties and agreements and other constructive arrangements that make life better for everyone. Earlier this month, I was grateful to see Canada celebrate their work with the Haida Nation on an agreement that recognizes Haida Aboriginal title. It's been almost a year since the province and the Council of Haida Nation went forward with an agreement and legislation. The provincial Rising Tide Agreement and federal Big Tide Low Water Agreement work together to recognize Aboriginal title for the Haida, a profound and historic shift in our relationship. Canada has confirmed BC's approach, and I'm proud of that leadership. The agreements provide stability for all islanders on Haida Gwaii with respect to the pathway forward, and I think that's an important point, certainly one we keep reiterating, because it matters that we make clear that the path forward is partnership. As part of my mandate, I will work with Minister Neal, my colleague at the Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship, to accelerate existing land transfer commitments. You know, we have a bunch of work underway, or important work to get on top of with partners in this room. We know the importance of land to First Nations and recognize the need to move faster to meet our commitments. I know the impatience, I share the impatience on that front, and I'm excited to have this direction to be moving faster and get that work done, because we can see the impact for communities like Layaxon First Nation, who now have land to call home on the Cowichan River, Lake Babine, where land transfers are supporting the nation to expand its forestry business and drive economic opportunity in the region. In addition, with support from Attorney General Nikki Sharma, I will continue the work to align provincial laws with the UN Declaration in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous people, and I'll work with Jessie Sooner, the Parliamentary Secretary for Anti-Racism Initiatives, to address anti-racism in and specifically anti-Indigenous racism in BC. We continue to hear really disturbing things from some members of the provincial opposition, and to see disturbing, hurtful, harmful, and hateful actions in different parts of the province, spreading untruths about specific agreements, fear-mongering about Aboriginal title, and supporting denialism, regardless of the pain that we know it causes to survivors and their families. It is abhorrent to me. As I said in my response to the racist graffiti on the Treaty 8 Tribal Association's office, hate crimes and racist remarks and hate speech have no place whatsoever in British Columbia. It's upsetting, it's hurtful, and it takes us backwards. It's important that we all stand together to actively denounce any acts of racism and to nurture communities where everyone feels safe. As I said to my legislative colleagues this week, reconciliation is not and should never be a partisan issue. It's part of why public education remains such a vital and important part of the work that we need to do in BC. I also wanted to speak about consent-based decision-making for just a moment. Implementation of the Declaration Act includes continued efforts to develop shared decision-making agreements. One of the ways we want to respond to tariffs is through consent-based decision-making. As the Premier says, we need to demonstrate the real benefits of shared decision-making in action. Over the past 2 years, BC has announced mandates to negotiate joint and consent-based decision agreements with the Tahltan Nation and the Namgis First Nation. BC also signed 2 consent-based agreements with the Tahltan Central Government under Section 7 of the Declaration Act for the SCA Creek and the Red Chris mines. I know that it's not enough progress, and I do want to acknowledge that and that we're committed to and focused on developing new agreements that recognize Indigenous jurisdiction and self-determination. BC has also recently entered into several agreements that include exploratory discussions on shared decision-making, including the Coastal First Nations Regional Accord and the Shishal Foundation Agreement renewal. As we proceed, we'll continue to engage with people and businesses to show how working collaboratively can help bring stability and predictability and move us all forward. BC and First Nations have done a tremendous amount of work together since the NDP formed government 7 years ago. Efforts are being made across all of government and partners to put our collective words into action in our communities. Through collaborating and cooperating with Indigenous people, we're taking thoughtful action on reconciliation, restoring Indigenous jurisdiction over child and family services, changing the way First Nations can acquire and hold and register fee simple land in BC, reducing discriminatory and racist barriers, improving outcomes for students with First Nations educators teaching First Nations children, recognizing the importance of First Nations post-secondary institutes with funding to support the revitalization of First Nations languages and cultures and to provide quality education to First Nations learners, building unique partnerships that encourage investment and improve the services and infrastructure we all rely on, and working together with Indigenous nonprofit housing providers, First Nations, and other Indigenous organizations to create new, affordable, and culturally appropriate homes that help us address housing needs. I just want to close by saying we know that the old way of doing things, of uncertainty and of fighting in court and endless delays, doesn't work. Partnership and cooperation between the province and Indigenous people is what's driving BC forward. It's only by honoring the values that distinguish us as Canadians, as British Columbians, that we are guaranteed to succeed. These are values that respect what we've learned the hard way too many times, values that respect the human rights of Indigenous people, that advance reconciliation and protect our environment and our economy. Our resilience comes from working together, not pulling apart. We know that's when everyone benefits, and working together begins with trust and relationship. One reason I've been so grateful to be not just to have this opportunity to speak with you all here, but to be having more and more one-on-one meetings and getting to know the work we have ahead together so we can get down to it. So I look forward to more of that, more chances to meet with you and hear from you and work together. And I'm happy to hear some comments and questions as well. Heitke, thank you.
Liam Lind, Minister Boyle, for joining us here today. You are tasked with a challenging but rewarding role working with First Nations in British Columbia. And we welcome your enthusiasm and commitment to advancing reconciliation in BC. We do have a tight schedule, as both Minister Boyle and Premier Eby have hard stops. We will invite chiefs to address the minister with questions, and should Minister Boyle not be able to address all questions today, we'll ensure her staff follow up with you at a later date. I have a list going here right now, and we'll open the floor to Chief Don Harris.
Chief Don Harris from Douglas First Nation. I was in New York in 2016 when Minister Bennett announced that Canada fully drops UNDRIP. But one of the comments she made in doing so was that stated that free, prior, and informed consent is the ultimate expressions of treaties and other self-governing agreements. So when the UNDRIP was presented, or when the interim approach to implement the Declaration of Rights and Indigenous People was presented to us. There was a comment in there on page 9 that says to seek internal advice on required protocols and practices in place through treaties, agreements, and other constructive agreements. And I don't fit in that category for my community. So in November 2023 at the ministers' meetings, I stood up in the forum and announced that Douglas First Nation wants to look at the reconciliation agreement discussions. So in our response, that I sent a follow-up letter in April of 2024, August 2024. A response was that there was a perceived condition in there that if we agree with a land transfer to a nation or community in our neighboring nation, that would be consideration. We declined that, and to date we have never had any response from the province in what could a reconciliation agreement look for my community. So, and it's so I threw it on the floor in 2023, November 2023. So it's been a while, and we're still looking for an answer, and we still haven't had. Last we heard, I raised it at the UBCIC when Deputy Minister Tom McCarthy was there, and he did state that that land transfer was now off the table, but there was still no comment on if a reconciliation would be part of the discussion. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Minister, if I can, I got quite a list.
Okay, I'll be really
here.
brief, just to say thank you
Okay.
for raising it. I just made a note, my team made a note, so we'll get someone to follow up, and I'll look forward to talking more.
Thank you, Minister. We have a list going here, and I'll ask the chiefs to ask their question, make their comments, make it brief, and then we'll ask the minister to respond at the end of that.
Got it. Okay.
So I'll acknowledge Chief Lee, and I'll remind you all to keep it brief because we have not too much time left. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Minister Boyle. I'll get right down to it. You brought up a lot of discussions, and I'd like to invite you back to Coldwater to meet with my council and myself in regards to a lot of things that you mentioned in your presentation, but also make it a 2-day trip to come back, but also to meet with the Nicola 5 chiefs as well too. And I know the other 4 chiefs are on this call, and we'd like to sit down and have some discussions with you because we're only given a few minutes on these calls to ask questions and that, and it's never enough time. So hopefully you'll commit to coming to meet with me and my council, but as well as to meeting with the Nicola 5 chiefs. I sure hope you can answer that with a positive yes, Minister. Gukstam, thank you.
Lieutenant Chief Lee. I'll acknowledge Cookby Rhonda Phillips.
Thank you. Nice to meet you, Mr. Christine. I know I don't think I got to meet you at the FNLG. We did set up a meeting with you and your team. However, we only met with your Assistant Deputy Minister, which is Tom McCarthy. And I have to say that at that meeting or at the FNLG, it was your ministry that was the most disappointing for us to meet with. And, I'm just going to state, when you're talking about reconciliation and relationship building, it needs to filter down to your staff and to your technical team, because I don't think that they're getting that same messaging. I was treated with disrespect by the ADM at that meeting and was told, because we were raising some very significant issues, and he had blatantly asked me in front of my council member, in front of my elders, that we were being very difficult, and they gave us a ranch, so really we should just be compliant, I guess. So my staff have been reaching out to you, as well as Minister Brar, and setting up a meeting. So I'm hoping that there's commitment from you to follow through. And I would appreciate that it is you at that table and not your ADM. Hoogstedten.
Lieblet, Chief. I'll acknowledge Chief Linda Price.
Thank you, Linda Price, Chief of Algatra First Nation. Thank you for attending the meeting today. Mine is with questions with regard to affordable housing. How do we help elders living off reserve in houses that require renovations? I have two elders, a Dester family that live in their KO areas, which is clean. But because the area has not been set aside as IR, Indian Reserve, they don't have access to funds under the contribution agreements through ISK. I've attended two BC cabinet ministers meetings, and although we requested supports and information, to date we have not received anything. It's discouraging for leaders to attend the BC cabinet ministers meetings and meet with ministers, and then there's a shuffle and the commitments made for supports in the past are not fulfilled. Shania.
Thank you, Chief. I'll acknowledge Chief Proxy Judith Sayers.
Yes, good afternoon, Minister. Thank you for being with us. And I am proxy for Scott Kale. I am president of the Nuu-chah Tribal Council, and I am a co-chair for the Heritage Conservation Act transformation process. You talked about changing legislation to be in line with UNDRIP. We've been working hard on trying to get a new Heritage Conservation Act, or at least transforming it to UNDRIP. We should have had legislation in the spring, but due to a lot of things I'm not going to go into, we didn't. Now we're working hard, and we're told that maybe we'll get into the fall session, but likely spring, and that's just not good enough. And I just want to know, are you prioritizing? I mean, we may not be in line in getting our legislation in as timely as others, but would you prioritize something as important as the Heritage Conservation Act ahead of some other legislation in order for us to get through the fall session? I know you have your own ways of deciding on priorities, but there is an agreement between the Leadership Council and the province about prioritizing that piece of legislation. So I really wanted just to ask you, because we are working really hard to get this done, but we also have to do it properly. We have to make sure we have a piece of legislation that the First Nations can say, yes, we finally did it. So really quickly, that's my question is how are you lining up legislation?
Lieblet, Judith, I'll leave the final comments to you, Minister.
Thank you. I'm happy to respond one by one, but also just to get to say I appreciate this chance to build a to-do list with lots of follow-ups, and I think that's a big piece of why I was glad to be welcomed here and the work we have ahead. Appreciate the invitation to Coldwater and to meet with the NICLA 5 chiefs. I made a note that it's a 2-day trip. Our team has been working on travel schedules, and I have 2 kids, so admittedly that is part of it. You may meet my younger one in some communities sometimes, but would really like that opportunity to meet in person and in the community to get to chat. So it's on our list to follow up. Same Cook P. Phillips, I appreciate your comments and also had them communicated to me with notes out of the meeting that happened on Monday. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry that was your experience there. And I'm sorry that we didn't get to meet. I wish I could have fit twice as many meetings into those days. And it's part of why we have been talking with the FNLC and staff here about how we can add more hours to the day or add additional time to FNLG, because I know it matters when nations particularly have made that point of traveling into Vancouver to get one-on-one time, and I certainly would be glad to have more opportunities to be meeting more chiefs and nations one-on-one myself. So happy to follow up and find a time that we can do that outside of FNLG, which conveniently also means we will get more than 15 minutes. but wanted to say as well, because I know it's feedback we've heard more than once, that that time was condensed, and many folks have expressed their frustration that they weren't able to meet with the minister directly that they wanted to meet with. So it's on our radar to figure out the affordable housing, Chief Price, the affordable housing question is one that I think about all the time, because I worked very closely on housing in my years at local government. If we can follow up on the specifics of the elders that you were naming, and raise those with that situation with the Minister of Housing. I know it is an ongoing challenge for elders living off reserve. The housing crisis is being felt strongly by folks all across the province, and our housing ministry is working very hard on building more non-market and affordable and supportive and seniors housing, every co-op housing, and we have a lot more to do. And in the meantime, finding the supports and navigating the financial pieces to support seniors who need a renovation, or to make sure people are able to stay securely in their home they may have been in a long time, is important work. And wherever we can help make sure the Ministry of Housing up here is hearing about and able to respond to the stories of individuals and communities on the ground, that's an important piece of work. So happy to make sure that connection is made. On the Heritage Conservation Act, I have also been asking, where's this at? I know it's been stuck for far too long. And I know, as you say really clearly, there's a tension about wanting to get it done fast and also wanting to get it done well. I have been told it's in the works. I'm sure you know as much, or quite likely more on that front. So appreciate the push on the urgency of that, and I will make sure that that's communicated along as well. I am keen to see that work done, and you're right that we have a large agenda, and we are grappling with continuing to move forward on all of that while we have this massive uncertainty being thrown at us and sort of strung along related to the tariffs and the US. So both end is my answer on that front, and happy to stay in touch on it and see how we can keep it moving.
Liam Lind, Minister.
Thank you. I'm cutting into the Premier's time. I'm going to get myself in trouble. So thanks
Thank
for
you
such
again.
good questions, and I'll see you all again soon.
We'd like to turn it over to our next guest, Premier David Eby, who was recently re-elected in fall of 2025, to join us and share with us and give us some remarks. So welcome, Premier Eby.
Thanks very much, Chief. I really appreciate the invitation to be with you. I'm here on Lekwungen territory, Songhees and Esquimalt territory. I'm in my office in Victoria, the legislature, and I appreciate the chance to appear virtually with you today. It's a wild time out there right now, and I'm sure you're all well aware. The president has targeted Canada to cause economic harm to our country, to question our sovereignty, and generally attack us after years of generations, a couple hundred years of working together and building side by side. It's obviously profoundly troubling for those of us with family and friends in the US and who seem as puzzled by this as we are. But in any event, it is a threat. It is serious, and we're addressing it head on and in partnership with Indigenous people. I'll give you just a few examples. We have a committee that we've set up with three sort of key components to it. One is Indigenous leadership. Regional Chief Terry Teegee is on the committee representing AFN. But also the Leadership Council as a whole. Industry organizations and groups representing all the major industries in the province of British Columbia, as well as labor groups, so the employees, the workers who make things happen, all represented on this committee, working together in a way that we've never worked together before to face this threat. I think we are unique in Canada incorporating and partnering with Indigenous people in our tariff response. But I think that's a part of what we've done together in terms of restructuring our understanding of how to work in partnership, and I'm proud of that, and I'm very glad that AFN is participating. This threat to us, in terms of our response, there's three key parts. One is if the Americans do impose these tariffs on us, we're going to retaliate. We're going to put charges on them in response, and we know that Americans are already going to hurt once these tariffs are put on. So, for example, recently tariffs were announced on aluminum. Americans can't get aluminum anywhere else except for Canada. We can sell the aluminum to other countries. We don't have to sell it to the US. So what they're doing is they're voluntarily paying 25% more for aluminum. It's going to cost American jobs. Any job that relies on using aluminum to make a part, paying more money for it, they're less competitive with international companies that don't have that tariff in place. There's just one example. I could talk about wood. 50% tariffs is what we're looking at on lumber. Add 50% to the cost of the wood to build your home in the United States. It doesn't make any sense, but it doesn't have to, because that's what the president is doing. So we're going to retaliate. If those tariffs are put on us, we're going to make them pay even more. And in the meantime, we're moving to strengthen our economy. And we're doing that in partnership with Indigenous people. We announced a list of 18 projects across the province that we are accelerating. And I want to underline that the majority of these projects are majority Indigenous owned. The entirety of our portfolio of the clean energy projects that are being accelerated are majority Indigenous owned, as well as some of the other projects. So this is work we're doing in partnership. I know there's great anxiety. What does government mean when you say speed up project? Does that mean that you're trying to get around your obligations to Indigenous people in the province? Absolutely not. What it means is that for our processes inside the provincial government, we're going to do that work faster. And slower does not mean better necessarily in terms of provincial government processes. Slower sometimes just means slower. We will maintain our high standards for environmental protection and human rights. We'll work in partnership with you and with nations across the province in economic development, because we know that's the way to actually speed projects up. And so we're going to be doing that in partnership with you. Generally speaking, it's been a difficult week in the legislature, bluntly, for Indigenous members of our Legislative Assembly. They've had to endure residential school denialism coming from senior members of the Conservative caucus. And it's been very hurtful for members on our team, certainly, that have had to see that this is tolerated by the Conservative Party. We saw it during the election. We're seeing it continue. And I can't be more grateful. And it's a time of contrast, right? Because while that's happening in our legislature, we see Williams Lake First Nation nominated for an Oscar for their documentary about the residential school in that region, sugarcane. Really exciting that they've been nominated. International recognition of this issue at the same time as we have a member of the Legislative Assembly insisting that she doesn't know whether or not children died at residential schools. So I just want to say you've probably seen that. You're probably as concerned as we are. I want to let you know that our MLAs are standing strong against this. We're going to be hosting a screening of the sugarcane documentary. We're going to stand strong for residential school survivors and for the legacy of those who didn't come home, that Canadians do not forget, and we don't allow denialism to take hold in our province more than it already has. So with that, I'd like to stop talking, which is strange for a politician and a lawyer. And I'd like to pass it over to you for questions, and I'll do my best to answer any questions, concern, or hear any suggestions you may have about this unusual moment that we find ourselves in. Thank you very much.
Liamland Premier Eby for once again joining us at our assembly and providing some remarks on the work that you do. We have a few minutes and we will welcome questions, comments from chiefs, proxies that are in assembly here. Chief Don Tom?
Yes, thank you for there. Thank you for joining us, Premier. I was there for the speech from the throne, and just seems like unprecedented times that government has to say that they will never become the 51st state. I suppose as we do our work together and as we're figuring this out, one of the areas that I wish to remind you is with agreements with First Nations, particularly like with Seashell. And I think for us to continue to work together to, I think, ensure that agreements such as Seashell are upheld, and whether they're challenged by associations or whatever it may be. I know that we had your commitment previously to stand together and to ensure that we have a united voice in front on this. And I suppose just reminding you of that, we'll continue to do this together. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. The Sechelt Foundation agreement that we entered into, we will absolutely defend the agreement, and we're proud of it. And you know, it does come from a time when actually there was less division on these issues. The signatory on the initial reconciliation agreement with Sechelt was John Rustad, in his role as Indigenous Relations Minister, the head of the Conservative Party now. And so I'm hopeful we can get back to a less divisive point again. But it's certainly not evident on the other side of the House right now. We'll stand strong in support of that agreement.
I acknowledge Cookbee Rhonda Phillips.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Mr. Premier. I appreciate meeting you, and I'm grateful that you're on today to share and to also to hear all of us leaders. I just want to put it out there. I know that you had announced recently about fast tracking mining projects, and you had made it as general, and that really worries me. We have 3 in our territory, and a bunch of placer mines that are happening. We've been working very hard trying to work with your ministry and all your different ministers, and I find that they're all working in silos. You know, we have the Environmental Assessment Office, and then MER, and then the Minister of Mines, and you know, I think it's important that you ensure that we are getting our free, prior, and informed consent on these projects, and we haven't been saying, you know, that we're against mining, but that we want to be at that table. And I've heard a lot about shared decision making, and I heard a lot about you saying partnerships. I want to hold you to task for that. So, Cooks Judgen.
Thanks, Cookbee. The projects that are on the list, and I apologize for not being specific, I don't have a list right in front of me, but they were specifically identified where the nations whose territory they're located on are either supportive or it's actually a First Nations project. The process for all mines and other major projects in the province will be and will continue to be one that requires engagement with nations on their territory about their rights and title. And we've been encouraging the industry to ensure participation more than just in the environmental assessment process, to bring nations on as true partners. That's why we put $1 billion line of credit available for nations to be able to participate as economic partners in major projects in the province, and not just a sort of we're partners kind of way, but in a real significant ownership of the project kind of way. And also, yes, we have really communicated to the mining sector and all land-based activities how critical it is that nations are supportive of projects, and how much easier it is to get support when you start early with the nations. And it's led to some challenging moments with industry, particularly around the exploration rules and the Mineral Tenures Act, where we're like, you know, you can show up and you can do your exploration while the nation's saying that's not acceptable. But when the person shows up to develop the mine with the mineral you discovered and everybody hates mining in the community, how do you think that's going to go? So we need to start at the beginning with nations and not kind of halfway through or at the end. And it's a transition, and I'm sure the mines in your territory are in that process. I apologize, I don't know which ones they are. But I'll circle back with staff and make sure that they're engaging with you on that, Cooktie. I appreciate that feedback. Please hold us to account on these things.
Liebland, just to remind our chiefs that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chiefs on a speaking list with 15 minutes to go. I'll
Thanks,
now
Chair. I hear that too.
I'll now acknowledge Sipilela.
And simply on Chinquamantomi, Premier David Eby, proxy for my chair, Kalsilam from Squamish Nation. My question is in regards to the MLA Brody with her residential school denialism. This is no different than the anti-Semitism. What will the consequences be? Because her comments on her social media platforms are extremely hurtful to me and all residential school survivors. There is no consequence. She's going to continue her opinion, and we need to hold everyone accountable because the 196 years of residential school legacy is real. Myself and my siblings are residential school survivors. My parents are residential school survivors. My grandparents are residential school survivors. We need to know what will the consequence be. She needs to be either removed or suspended from the House. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Yeah, it's a really hurtful and awful line that she's decided to take here. And you'll recall that during the election, this was the same member who said that First Nations need to come and collect their people from the downtown east side, and blamed nations for the fact that so many people are struggling with addiction issues who are Indigenous in the neighborhood. There's two pieces to this. One is certainly politically we will hold her accountable, and I've noted, and I want to recognize that the House Leader of the Conservatives, Alia Warbus, has been on social media at least outspoken about how awful these comments are. The leader of the Conservative Party has been silent on this. For her to be removed from the Conservative caucus, that would require the leader to do that. We don't have a mechanism to remove members of the Legislative Assembly, and that includes, to the best of my knowledge, I have to do a little additional research, if they were accused of a crime. So it's a pretty generous privilege to sit in the Legislative Assembly, very hard to remove a member. But I do think that my understanding of the media reporting is that privately, the leader of the opposition asked her to remove the tweet and she refused. If one of my MLAs did that, they'd be out of our caucus in 10 minutes. I don't care how many votes we have in the House. So, they have a different set of standards on the other side on this stuff.
Liebland, just to acknowledge again, we have 4 speakers left on my list. Chief Lee Spahan, Chief James Hobart, Chief Sid Scotchman, and Chief Linda Price. So acknowledge that we have 4 and we have a limited time. The Premier does have a hard stop at 4, so please keep it in limits. Thank you. Chief Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the time to sit with us, Premier Eby. Just going back to what you stated in your comments and your remarks regarding the U.S. tariffs and how First Nations are sitting at the table. And, I just finished sitting in on a 2-day forum for First Nations Forestry Council and how the province plans to move forward with First Nations. And there was a lot of talk in regards to the dissolution of BC Timber Sales. And I raised this point because of the tariffs and the softwood lumber dispute between Canada and the US, and how 50% of our wood goes south, and we need to have a lot of say in the discussions that both BC and Canada are having with the US. And I want to know if there's a commitment both from the province of British Columbia and from the First Nations Leadership Council to make sure that the chiefs of BC are well informed of all the actions that are taking place currently in regards to the 25% tariffs throughout Canada on the resources that are coming from our respected territories. I raise this because it was a very hot issue and discussion within our First Nations Forestry Council meeting that we've had for the last 2 days here in Richmond. And I think it's very important that, the invitation to provincial reps, especially the forest minister, to come to the Nicola Valley and sit down with Coldwater and the Nicola Five Chiefs to have those discussions in regards to forestry. I know that these meetings are very short and we're always limited to a certain amount of time to raise our questions and get answers back. So just sending that invitation out to you, Premier, as well as your minister, to come and have a chat with us. Gukjam, thank you.
Thanks very much, Chief Lee. I'll pass on the invitation to Ravi Parmar. No decisions have been made yet about BC timber sales, but we are going to be reforming it. It's not meeting anybody's needs, and engagement and consultation with nations involved in forestry will absolutely be part of that. I hope you're seeing that in terms of forestry, and sometimes it's really working well, and sometimes we're hitting a few hiccups. We're working to have nations participating far more directly in forestry and entering into different agreements with nations and groups of nations, and forestry companies are getting the message. The tariff threat upends a lot of that work and puts an industry that's already under considerable stress under even more. So we'll keep you in the loop, absolutely, through your leadership at BCAFN, but also directly on any measures that affect the industry.
Thank you, Premier. We have 3 speakers left. And what I'm going to recommend is that Chief James, Chief Sid, and Chief Linda, if you can ask your question or make your comment, and I'll leave the final comments to the Premier at the end of the session. White?
Works for me. Thank you. Thanks, Premier, for joining us today. So a couple of things with we just mentioned BCTS as part of the tripartite committee that was raised because of the spotted owl in my territory. Chief James Hobart, by the way. I think that our nation, because we are sitting on the other side of the forestry, issues, we should be part of that, the review of the BCTS. It seems like we're on the outside of it, and we're hearing discussions around the forestry. But that's my main point, though, today is to thank you for putting funding and commitment and showing confidence in the NNBC agreement that we're having with the province, the Nation Band Council, the coalition. And I just hoping that we can invite you to one of our meetings. We're going to have one in March, but we will be keeping you apprised. And in going forward with the commitment, with your commitment and your confidence in building what is going to be a shared decision-making agreement with the Anklakatmuk, the major communities that are still left, without an agreement, that you're going to not make any decisions in our territory, even with the major 18 projects you're talking about, without making sure that you've talked with the NNBC and had their green light to the projects. Because what's happening right now is we're treated like Indian Act bands, and I know that if you saw what was happening, you wouldn't want that to happen. I know under your leadership, And I'll leave it at that. I'm inviting you to the meeting, the next one. And what I'll also say though is that there's ecotourism projects that are looking at for exemption, not to bypass any of the work, but just to have exemptions because they're also the parameters are getting the work done and it's seasonal. And so besides the government's parameters, we have to work within the weather. And so winter comes and we're off the ground for 4 months, and then your parameters are putting it really hard. So I like to discuss that as well. Kukstem.
Chief James, Chief Sid Scotchman.
Good afternoon, Chief Sid Scotchman from Cleakit within the Statlium Territory. I was going to ask a question around forestry, but it was brought up, and same thing with the residential school. So I'll just leave it as a comment, short comment, that way we have for our next cookbee to be able to ask their question and get the answers. I just want to stress the importance of keeping a First Nations representative at the table while dealing with the threats from Trump about the tariffs and even Canada joining the United States. It shows unity amongst our people here in Canada. And Trump, he's not a dumb guy. He's smart, and he will try to divide us in some way. So I would just want to stress that importance of keeping a First Nations representative at the table. And of all days that we're talking about a bully, happens to be on Pink Shirt Day. So I just want to stress that importance, and thank you for coming on. And also, at some point, I'd like to invite you to my community here in Cleakit some point this year as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief Sid. Acknowledge Chief Linda.
Tenalia, Mr. Chairman, Linda Price, Chief of Algatra First Nation. Tenalia, for attending our meeting today. My question concerns the Anaheim Lake Connector Road. This pertains to the egress road, which is the 17-kilometer to connect the Quesnel FSR to the Cluskis FSR north of Anaheim Lake for the safety and security of Algatra First Nation community members during fire season. We requested a meeting, Premier Eby, to discuss the egress road. Although you wrote a letter and stated you are in support and are looking for options, we still have not heard those options. As indicated, we invited you to a meeting and hope you will follow up with a reply soon. Our UFN members are concerned and we would like to address this matter. Thank you, Tenalia.
Thanks, Chief Linda. Leave it to you now for closing comments, Premier.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks, Chiefs, for the comments. On the Anaheim Lake Connector Road, I am very frustrated that we haven't made progress on this. As you noted, I do support it and I want to get it done. The operator of the Blackwater mine offered to just make the road with mining equipment if you can get the go-ahead from the province. We are pushing, I am pushing it with the Public Service and Ministry of Transportation and relevant authorities. Thanks for the reminder. I'll push that along. Chief Sid, thank you for the reminder about on Anti-Bullying Day, talking about a couple different bullies actually, and the irony is very real. And thank you for the invitation. Please do feel free to send that invitation over. I'd love to visit. And Chief Hobart, I will make sure that the BC seems like there's a significant amount of interest in the BC timber sales review that the minister is doing. I'll make sure that information is sent to AFN for distribution to all members, but also to you so you're able to participate. It's an open process. You're more than welcome and you should not be shut out of it. Also, would like to know more about this ecotourism issue, and I couldn't tell whether we're holding you up from getting the work done during the season when you can, or whether. So I'll dig into that with the ministry, and I'm sure they have more information about it, and they can follow up with you. Thank you very much for having me, and thank you for all of your work. It's an honor to be able to speak to so many chiefs at once, and I appreciate the time on your schedule. I'm sure you've got lots of business to take care of, so thanks for that, and look forward to seeing you in person soon.
I'll acknowledge Regional Chief Terry.
Yeah, thank you, Premier Eby, for taking the time to be in this today. And certainly, I think we have a meeting on Monday in regards to the task force. previously we were talking about the issues of tariffs, and it was a reminder of this was one of the biggest existential issues that we have to deal with since World War II. And also a reminder of 1812 when the sovereignty of Canada was put into question by the United States. As I stated before, and some of my colleagues, that we were always fighting for our sovereignty here in British Columbia and Canada since colonization began. But yet, ironically, we fight for the sovereignty of Canada in 1812, and yet again now we're asked to do the same, and certainly hold our hands up to the 10,000 warriors that sided with Canada and Britain in the War of 1812. But yet here we're asked to do, ask for something from ourselves, and but at the same time not at our backs in regards to our rights, title, and interests. I think we fought far too long for those. Nevertheless, I thank you once again, and certainly look forward to our meeting on Monday and further deliberations as we move ahead on this journey. Merci.
Thanks, Regional Chief. Good to see you. Thank you.
It's always good to see our Premier. Take care and have a good day, and thank you for joining us. Limlet, thank you. We are getting close to the end of the day, and I'm just going to send out a reminder to the chiefs and proxies that we do have door prizes available for today. The first prize is a $250 prepaid visa, and prize number 2 is a $750 hotel credit, venue of choice arranged through our travel agent. You have to be present to accept and take home the prize, and we'll have the team explain in further detail when it comes to us doing the draw, how you can collect the prize. We have our next agenda item, and I am looking at Crystal. She's been sitting there patiently to complete her report, and if you can do it in 5. Okay, we'll go tomorrow morning. Our final agenda item this afternoon is dealing with the climate crisis and the First Nations climate leadership agenda in British Columbia. The team has been doing a lot of work in-house, in person, around the province, discussing the climate issues that we're all challenged with and that we all experienced over the last few years. And I welcome the team here this afternoon to deliver that report and share that report with you. And at the end of that report, look for some support to continue the work that they've started through a resolution. So I'll turn it over to Patricia and Christy.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Chiefs, Knowledge Keepers, for this opportunity to share some context and an update on the BC First Nations climate leadership agenda. It's an honor to be here presenting on Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territory. My name is Christy Denby, and I work on the climate portfolio with BCFN. Canada committed to co-developing a distinctions-based Indigenous climate leadership agenda to build regional and national capacity that progressively place authority and resources to support self-determined Indigenous-led climate action. The Indigenous Climate Leadership Agenda is referenced in the UN Declaration Act Action Plan, Action Item 46, in the 2030 Emissions Reduction Plan and Budget 2022, where Canada committed to $29.6 million over 3 years. The commitment is a result of many years of advocacy from First Nations leaders and organizations, such as the BCFN and the AFN, through technical tables, such as the Joint Commission, the Joint Committee on Climate Action. The First Nations Climate Leadership Agenda, also referred to as the BC FNCL Agenda, seeks to address structural gaps that we all know exist, such as the systemic inequalities, short-term funding cycles, the lack of First Nations involvement in climate decision-making and policy reform, and the siloed federal system. Resolution 07-2023 mandated BCFN to work with First Nations rights and title holders to develop the First Nations Climate Leadership Agenda in British Columbia. I must acknowledge that the BC FNCL agenda is built on a strong foundation of First Nations-led climate-related work and engagement to date. In particular, the BC First Nations Climate Strategy and Action Plan. It is essential that the First Nations Climate Leadership Agenda reflects and responds to First Nations realities, needs, priorities, and interests, and ensures that federal climate policy and legislation is respectful and supportive of self-determination and inherent and constitutionally protected title rights and treaty rights, empowers First Nations meaningful involvement in national climate governance, and ensures appropriate federal financial support. The BC FNCL agenda development was guided by 9 guiding principles that you can see on your screen, and a BC FNCL agenda steering committee. The steering committee has provided strategic direction and valuable feedback on the engagement process and the development of the recommendations to date. BCFN and steering committee members participated in 3 in-person National Technical Steering Committee meetings from May 2023 to August 2024. This was in partnership with First Nations regional leads, and the federal government was at the table as well. We also participated in various virtual national steering committee meetings, one-on-one meetings, and attended many AFN convened caucus meetings. Regional Chief Terry Teegee and BC FNCL Agenda Steering Committee member and UBCIC Youth Representative Katisha Paul participated in an FNCL Agenda Leaders meeting held in Ottawa in June 2024 alongside other First Nations leaders, federal ministers, and other senior federal officials. BCFN hosted a series of engagement activities across BC to foster discussions and identify key priority actions and concrete recommendations to advance and support First Nations climate leadership and self-determined climate action. We want to acknowledge the knowledge keepers, matriarchs, elders, leadership, 2S LGBTQI plus people, youth, First Nations community members, technicians, and regional leads, and First Nations-led organizations that participated in and provided valuable feedback to inform this final report we're presenting today. Their perspectives, knowledge, and lived experience really enriched this report and our collective BCFN climate work, and also the First Nations leadership climate work. To start the process, the FNCL agenda process in a good way, we began with a spiritual knowledge keepers gathering on climate change held on Tsleil-Waututh territory. We wanted to acknowledge Chief Daryl Bob's leadership and support in making this gathering a reality. Following the gathering, we hosted a virtual session on kind of really kicking off and defining what co-development is and what a meaningful engagement is for First Nations in BC. The final recommendations that we'll present today were really informed by 8 in-person regional sessions that took place between April and July this year. You can see the map where the sessions took place. And this past fall, we hosted a virtual update and engagement session and a Chiefs and Leadership meeting. And I'll pass it to my colleague, Patricia Rojas, to present.
Thanks, Christy. Good afternoon, knowledge keepers. Good afternoon, chiefs and proxies. I'm very happy to be here and to present with Christy on this work that is 2 years work for BCFN. And before I'm going to this slide, I want to say thank you to Knowledge Keeper Sepulian for your prayer this morning. It's very good to start in that way. I am Peruvian, and I like when we start those meetings with these kind of settings. So in this slide, we have the development process of the FNCL agenda, and using what we hear during the engagements described by Christy, we including the mandate from the knowledge keepers and previous work already done, such as the climate strategy and action plan, and action plan for disaster risk reduction, BCFN, with the support of four directions. We drafted the high-level recommendations. These BC recommendations inform the memorandum to cabinet prepared by CIRNAC and ECCC. BCFN prepared the final report that we are presenting now for your consideration. Next slide, please, Christy. Oh, sorry. So you have the final report. We share the report in the meeting kit and also on the chat. So that is the report that includes high-level recommendations. This report also presents an executive summary, a description of the development process. It mentions the challenges that we face during the development of the FNCL agenda, and particularly with the idea of co-development. The report also outlines the climate impacts faced by BC and First Nations, which are compounded by other challenges, and present a costing exercise of those recommendations. Next slide, please. So the priorities that we hear from First Nations right holders were grouped into 11 themes and 22 recommendations. So you can see those in this beautiful graphic that is on the screen. And the themes that we have are First Nations rights, jurisdiction, natural laws, legal order, protocols, and identity. That's one of the main recommendations we have. First Nations climate leadership capacity, climate leadership funding reform, First Nations-led climate planning, First Nations youth, restoration, stewardship, and guardians, climate resilient infrastructure, in emergency management, food and water security, through collaboration and breaking silos, clean energy transition. Those are the 11 themes that we have, and with 22 recommendations within those themes. The vision and principles of the First Nations Climate Strategy and Action Plan are at the core of these recommendations, highlighting that the FNCL agenda is grounded in this vision and principles and the 4 pillars of the climate strategy. So those recommendations aim to drive transformational change in the federal government and empower First Nations and ensure right holders have a seat at the decision-making table. Also, resources are available for First Nations climate leadership, and that in those inherent rights, jurisdiction, and self-determination are upheld. Next slide, please, Christy. So, and next slide, please. So challenges and progress that we face in the fall of 2024, BCFN submitted a costed draft high-level recommendations to inform Canada-wide FNCL agenda, and also ECCC and CIRNAC prepared a memorandum to cabinet with the recommendations that we submitted and recommendations from other regions as well. We know that the government prepared the memorandum to cabinet, but we don't know what happened after that. We know that due to this political uncertainty in Ottawa, we are totally unsure what's the MC status. So Canada committed also to co-develop the FNCL agenda with First Nations across Canada. However, our team was faced with adhering to tight government timelines and numerous systemic barriers and challenges emerge, hindering a truly meaningful co-development process. Next slide, please. Maybe you can stop that, Christine. So we are currently collaborating with the First Nations Leadership Council to develop and implement the climate strategy and the FNCL agenda. So on the screen, you can see some of the work that we are doing in very specific topics, and those are connected with the high-level recommendations. So we are preparing a climate governance model discussion paper, which includes a model for climate funding, which is almost completed, and we'll bring this governance model to the chiefs and leadership for discussion in the coming weeks. We are also working with Coastal First Nations and First Nations Emergency Service Society with the support of PINA to develop a climate capacity assessment report. And this report will identify the need of First Nations governments to address climate change and lead self-determined climate action. This work includes a survey that we hope you will be able to fill out. As I said, we are expecting to complete this work in early April as well. We will bring the report to the chiefs for discussion. We are also developing a climate planning guide or a toolkit to support climate planning at a community level, and working on the content of educational materials about climate impacts and climate solutions from a First Nations perspective. And the idea with this guide is to educate the general public on climate change and the role of First Nations in addressing this climate emergency. So next slide, and this is the last one. We know we are now seeking your support and endorsement of the BC FNCL agenda high-level recommendations as presented in the final report. And if they are approved, BCFM will continue advocating for the implementation of the FNCL agenda alongside the implementation of the First Nations Climate Strategy and Action Plan. We will continue working with FNLC Climate Team, Harmony and Cameron to complete the work that I presented and new work that we are planning for the next fiscal year as well. And at the national level, we will also continue working with Assembly of First Nations and other regional leads to create mechanisms to make the federal government accountable to their commitments as part of the FNCL agenda. We know a new government may come, but we want to continue the advocacy with whoever is a new government and to implement the FNCL agenda. And before going to the resolution, because we have a resolution on this, we are very pleased to answer any question or any comment that you may have. So thank you very much.
Leemland, Christine, Patricia, two ladies that I've done a lot of work with over the last couple of years on this agenda item. Before we go to questions and comments, I will refer us to resolution number 5, draft resolution number 5, support for the BC First Nations Climate Leadership Agenda recommendations and final report. I'll go to the back. Therefore, be it resolved that 1, the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly fully endorse the BC First Nations Climate Leadership Agenda, BC FNCL Agenda, and the recommendations as presented in the BC First Nations Climate Leadership FNCL Agenda Final Report. 2, the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly mandate the BC AFN to fully implement the BC FNCL Agenda Final Report recommendations in coordination with the implementation of the BC First Nations Climate Strategy and Action Plan. Number 3, the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly call on the regional chief to advocate to the Government of Canada to prioritize federal climate policy reform that upholds and respects First Nations rights, title, and interests, and is in full alignment with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action. Number 4, the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly call upon the provincial and federal government to provide adequate resources and to work collaboratively with BCFN and relevant partner organizations to implement the BCFNCL agenda recommendations. And 5, the BC AFN Chiefs and Assembly mandates the regional chief to advocate for ongoing engagement, collaboration, and co-implementation of the BCFNCL agenda recommendations in all federal climate policy programs and legislation with rights and title holders. This resolution number 5 was moved by Chief Jerry Jack, and I am looking for a seconder.
Simply on proxy for Squamish, willing to second.
CM, it's been seconded. I'm looking for comments, questions regarding the resolution. There has been a lot of work done on this, and I know there's a lot of consultation with leadership and people. I'm talking people, our citizens across the province, to have them engage, for them to understand, and for them to be involved in the work that we're undertaking. We all know and are having a better understanding of what's happening with our environment, our tumulong, and it's really encouraging to see our people start to pick up and say, how can I help? How can I be of assistance in the work that you're doing? So if there's no, I'll acknowledge Chief James and then Chief Jerry.
Was that me?
Chief
No.
James Horwath.
Sorry. Yeah, so thank you again for the presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I was just having an issue. I just grabbed a courtesy car and it was flipping from one voice to another. I'm just wondering, we're talking about doing a survey and at the same time asking for us to weigh in on it, and then asking also for us to ask the resolution to ask for the chiefs in assembly to agree on something that it sounds like we're still working on. I'm just wondering about the balance of that. And I'm speaking in favor of the resolution for sure, but I'm just wondering about some wording around that in there that the work's not done yet, or that pending the. So you're asking us that we're asking you, the chiefs in assembly is asking for for the BCFN to go ahead, but at the same time, we're also being asked ourselves to weigh in on it still through surveys. And just wondering how we're going to balance that. Cooksham.
Thank you, Chief James. Patricia, Christy?
Yeah. Thank you, Chief James. And I'm sorry for the confusion. The FNCL agenda is totally finalized. That survey is referring to a capacity assessment report that we are preparing with the First Nations Leadership Council, and it's part of the implementation of the climate strategy. And it's also addressing one of the recommendations of the FNCL agenda, that is building capacity. So it's not exactly like part of the development of the FNCL agenda, it's more like a part of the implementation of those recommendations. So I hope that clarifies. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You meant Chief Jerry?
Yeah, Gala Kessler, Clarko Gala, Chief Jerry Jack. Just speak briefly as the mover of this resolution. I got to see firsthand the hard work that these young ladies do in Weewakam, our board member Asu's territory last year, and it was really amazing. There was a really good turnout in the assembly that they had, and I was very impressed by all the hard work that they have done on this file. That's why I am in full support of this resolution, and I ask the chiefs in the assembly to do the same. Clicko.
Lieutenant Chief Chariot, acknowledge Chief Lee Behan and Chief Don Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation, Patricia. Just in regards to getting back to the chiefs and the recommendations, so do the chiefs in assembly have to wait until quarterly meetings for any changes and recommendations that need to take place? And I say this because if the First Nations Leadership Council are going to be sitting down with BC and Canada then how often does the FNLC report back to the chiefs? Kind of goes back to Chief James's question. And I raise this issue because when the flooding of the atmospheric river event took place in 2021, it's 2025 now, and we're finally starting to get work done on the Coldwater River, which has taken 4 years for the province to come back to the table to start putting money forward to restoration of the Coldwater River. And it's very important because it's a very important spawning river in the interior in regards to Coho, Steelhead, and Chinook. And we just started getting sockeye back, and then all of a sudden, you know, the floods happen. So I just want to make sure that there's some transparency and accountability coming back to the chiefs and how long it's going to take for the recommendations on the climate crisis that we're going through now. Gokstem, thank you for giving me the time to ask my questions.
Why, before we go to a response to the question, I'd like to hear from Chief Don Tom, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Patricia, for the update, and to the group for the good work on this. The question I have, looking at the Leadership Agenda final report, in there you have the Government of Canada committed to co-develop a distinctions-based Indigenous climate leadership agenda that would build regional and national capacity and progressively place authority and resources for climate action in the hands of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. I'm curious if Canada did any work on reaching out to any other groups other than First Nations here in BC. I know the work that we did was specific to First Nations, I believe. I'm just curious if this is distinctions based. If my hope is that Canada didn't pursue any other groups here in BC other than First Nations. Thank you.
Leland, Chief Don. Patricia, Christie.
Thank you, Chief Lee and Chief Don, for your questions. For Chief Lee, we totally agree. Like, we want to come back to the chiefs and report on the work we are doing. I think not just with the FNCL agenda, with the First Nations Climate Strategy and Action Plan as well, and with all the mandates that we receive from you, from Chiefs in Assembly. And I think we are also, improving the way how we communicate the work we are doing. Sometimes it's not easy because we are our climate change portfolio. It's still building capacity, but we are doing our best to report. But I think we need to improve that, and we will do it, and we will come to the Assembly to report to you, because it's totally right that we need to hold the government accountable, and you need to hold BCFN accountable as well. So we will do it for sure. And if you, Chief Lee, wants to talk about the work we are doing in a one-to-one call, we are also always available as well to respond to any question or any concerns from the chiefs. And Chief Don, answering to your question, yes, the Government of Canada reached out to First Nations through the Assembly of First Nations and the Inuit and the Métis people, and we understand this is a distinction-based Indigenous climate leadership agenda. We don't know exactly what are recommendations that came through the other two Indigenous groups. We haven't seen those recommendations. That's something we still need to work with the federal government. There is actually a lack of transparency in the federal government with this process. It looks like since the Prime Minister stepped down, everything is muted. We don't know. We reached out to the government many times, and the only answer we received was the memorandum to cabinet was developed and was presented. So that is part of the challenges that we face during the development of the FNCL agenda, the government committed to co-develop this with First Nations. But when it comes to the MC development and after the MC, First Nations cannot be at the table. And that's the way how the system is, and that's the way how we need to change the system. So thank you.
Limlet, Patricia, and Christy. We have a mover for the resolution, and we have a seconder for the resolution. I'm looking for question.
Question.
Question's been called. All those in opposition? No one? All those that abstain? No one? I declare the resolution carried. Thank you. It's been a long time coming to this place where the team has been given some real direction and support for the work that they're doing. So thank you, Limlet, on behalf of the people of British Columbia and all the leaders of British Columbia for the work that you do. With that, we are at just about at the end of our day. I'll call Joanna to come and do the work that she has to do for the door prizes. Mark Point, winner of prize number one, a $250 prepaid visa. He's in the room. Congratulations, Mark. And we'll go to prize number two, a $750 hotel credit.
I'm here.
Congratulations, Mark.
Thank you.
Judy, are you in the room? Judy is in the room. Congratulations, Judy, a $750 hotel credit of your choice. Please connect with Joanna on the collection of your prizes. And with that, we have finished the day. It's been a long day. It's been a good day. It's been a very informative day. And I thank you for your support, your dedication, your efforts to ensure that we've respected one another and have gotten the work done. Now I ask that you go home and rest. Tomorrow morning, we will be starting at 9 a.m. sharp. So please come back. Why, Limnet, and good night.